Good morning, everybody. Sorry, I slept in a little bit. Don't know why I was so tired, but maybe watching the Bears get embarrassed on national television will do that to you. I love Rocky Forest. What's up, 1-0? Alrighty, so we are jumping into game number 2, and it will feature Classic Pro in the yellow as the Portuguese to the north, and to the southeast in the blue as the Khmer. It will be Siscon, who is up 1-0. Don't know how long have they been going on? Oh geez, almost 4 hours. Oh wow, they started early. Early. I just meant the day, not the game. Anyway, Men-at-Arms coming in here from Classic Pro will be shooed away by the Archers of Siscon. Able to jump into the houses. Not a single villager was harmed in the making of this film. DBA just now coming in. We already have Horse Collar in as well for Siscon, and that eco should be taken off here pretty soon. That said, resources collected are still in favor of yellow, interestingly. The Siscon's likely going to change that pretty soon. T. LeBeau with the 17 months. Thank you so much. Thank you. One kill on this side. Both players are on their way up to Castle Age. And right now it's just all archers here from Classic Pro. Got 2 ranges, so it's probably just going to go Knight plus Crossbow, and of course Portuguese do that exceptionally well. And well, it is going to be Knight plus Skirmisher on the other side. And another TC being rushed up for Siscon, and he is going to clean all that stuff up. And right now we have arrived at normal time. With Classic Pro, though, way ahead in resources. Oh my goodness, I guess he's done a great job of keeping that eco of Siscon extremely inefficient. That's pretty wild, though. Villagers were harmed in the making of this. Well, Classic Pro will still then need to keep up with this pressure. Getting a couple more villager kills over here. And Siscon, once again, just having his eco stuck. Got some monks on the way. That's why the light cap upgrades coming in here from Classic Pro. Still just on the 2 TCs for now, though. And things are actually starting to cool down a little bit. Alright. Got TC number 3 on the way. Usual. It actually isn't. What does bot mean? Usually AI. Like robot. Up. Well, gonna snag a couple monks there is Syscon. He is getting his own third TC in a very sad location, but I guess he feels like he can't get over there safely. Still. Monks are gonna start their conversions. Classic Pro's gonna scooch on out. A little unlucky, didn't get anything there. And now the Light Cav gonna sweep in and get at least a couple of the monks. You do have Bodkin in on the TC, but no ballistics. Oh boy, Classic Pro gonna get so much more damage done here. I mean, there's a ton of idling, the knights aren't dying. And right now, Syscon's really struggling. He's kind of working towards a castle, but that still seems a little far off. 4 stables are on the way. Portuguese are very good at this mid-game knight spam. You can see only 13 vills on gold. And that is a swift GG there, as Classic Pro ties up the series at 1-1. That is an enormous difference in eco efficiency. Like, until the end of the game, there really weren't that many villagers killed. It's just all about that eco efficiency. And Syscon was simply never able to get himself situated. Yeah, that's wild. Him locked at home, yeah. Looks like evacuation. Yes, they were. I think. Oh, that was a big corgi stretch behind me. In the US of A, watching Qatar get bombed by Israel, both of which are US allies. Now look what we are interested in. Now we're gonna wait patiently for it. Speaking of the Machapa hit in the USA, well, the Bears lost yesterday, as is tradition. All right, guys, here we have Syscon in the blue as the Italians to the northwest and to the southeast in the yellow here on evac. It will be Classic Pro. Depth experience, yeah. As a Ravens and a Bears fan, last 2 days have been a bit rough. A little bit rough. It struck Ornlu, indeed. I have no expectations for the Bears, though, so I'm not really all that bothered. All right, so Malay versus Italians, perfectly reasonable matchup. This map, to me, is really one that it has, like, the idea of, okay, so you start out fighting here on this very open island, and then you evacuate to the mainland, and that's where all the late game fighting happens. It's just usually the game is decided way, way before that point. Salve. Oh my goodness. Expect the Bears to lose? Yeah, I always expect the Bears to lose. Ow, 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 ow. I just hit my freaking cut on my desk. I'm so smart. Oh, whose power level is over 9,000? See, I never know whether or not to commit to these sorts of fights, so you just have to just go for it, man. My dog's name is Josh. As the game is paused, as this poor scout losing the scout battle mid-fall. Tragedy. Uh-oh, that's not good. End of game data? Huh? Let's try this again. Looks pixelated because it is pixelated. Or maybe something very kinky is happening on stream and then it has to be censored. Alright, so we got past... I don't know why on earth. Well, maybe that is my corgi's name. Ever think about that? Alright, so 4 fishing ships for Syscon versus only the 2 here for Classic Pro. Classic Pro clearly going to be taking a much more aggressive approach once he's done being housed. Forward dock for him, though. Syscon, once again, going to be taking that more defensive approach. Getting lots of cows. And that is something you just get to do on this map because there are plenty of cows and boar and deer strewn across the mainland. Barracks is only just now on its way. DBA coming in. And what are we going to see at the docks? I would imagine a fire galley will be coming out right now. Right now. Ugly on the minimap? Yeah. Yeah, that's what they always look like. They're a little bit larger on the minimap, I think, than they used to be in AOC. Alright, Fire Galley's on the way versus a regular galley here from Syscon, who's going to be making a stable. Now, Syscon has a lot of food. You can see that Classic Pro, because he lost his Scout Cavalry, is really devoid of food under the TC. At this point, he's already over here on the mainland taking food, whereas Syscon is just with a lumber camp. his base needs good lumbar support, so that's why he's getting a nice chair, by which I mean a tower. Anyway, these men-at-arms haven't found anything useful to do just yet, and Fire Galley number 1 is now on its way. Both players have been able to get the double bid-axe upgrade. And, checking if there are any bears around. No! Oh. Werewolves and vampires? Yeah, basically. Cats and dogs, right? The thing is, if they added cats and dogs to AoE 2, they'd have to make them unkillable like the pandas, otherwise I would be very sad. Oh, the scouts have shown up here at the base of Yell. He doesn't have Loom! Research in Loom makes your villagers harder to kill. Alright, that's 2 kills already here for Siscon. That said, how are things looking on the water? You have 2 fire galleys versus 2 galleys, which should be good for the fire galleys. Got archers showing up over here. There is nothing at home to deal with these archers. The tower's already over here on the mainland. Men-at-arms all died, though, which is a little awkward. Okay, archery range being rushed up, but Classic Road needs to be active with these units. You kill them? Exactly! AoE 3 has the war dogs for Spanish, and I don't want to kill doggies. Oh, you need to be paying better attention than that, home slice. Oh. No, he's Loom now, but yikes. I mean, unfletching to tower, it's not doing anywhere near enough. For obvious reasons. Explain to me, Behileto, what exactly those reasons are. I don't understand. Catastrophe. Okay, well, oh man, fletching not in quite yet. Now the skirmishers are coming out. This is just taking way too long. By casting Plague? Oh no. Okay, now the range is coming in, but now that the skirmishers are out, you basically just need to go full on over into your own skirmishers. The child and one with a dog. Sorry, kid. If a kid dies in a movie or TV show, you know, it's like sad. If a dog dies, though, that's heartbreaking. Anyway, Siscon is still ahead here by 3 villagers. He has 1 more fishing ship and also 3 more villagers. We're not meant to kill? Oh, that's definitely something that's been in games forever. Why is there still only 1 spearman, dude? Oh, no. The dog died? Yes, I have heard of it. I am legend? Yep. Don't do that. I don't mess with that. Anyway, 13 kills to 5 deaths for Siscon. He is in complete control of this game. And like, to me, that's this map these days, is that it's always over so fast. 400 more resources. I mean, you have almost a 3-to-1 KD. Alright, some more units are coming in here, but I just don't really see it at this point for Classic Pro. Syscon is super far ahead to Castle Age, even with Melee. As a Colts fan, remember having hope after week 1? Hey man, you've got Danny Dimes now. These small trees? Magic. Magic. I'm just struggling to find the win condition here for Classic Pro. He's not really getting ahead in any way, shape, or form. Another stable coming in. Scout's getting even more value. I mean, yeah, it doesn't take you anywhere near as long to get to Castle Age as Melee, but even so... You have Bodkin incoming. I thought it would be more Knight-focused, considering he does have the 2 stables, and... I mean, getting Bodkin for some skirmishers isn't really that big of a deal. You have a second town center coming in, buying back some stone. Even has the horse collar upgrade. I mean, Syscon is just cruising. Oh boy. Oh boy. This isn't good. I mean, this whole area is very well defended for Syscon. There isn't a whole lot here at home for him to even get attacked. Yeah, nothing that really that could do damage to him. And Classic Pro just has his work cut out for him. He's got crossbowmen on the way, but he cannot afford the Bodkin arrow upgrade. Galleys seem to be in sufficient numbers at this point. They have Bodkin themselves, so they're able to easily trash those remaining fire galleys. Now you have your own 4 fishing ships giving you an advantage there. Now E-Skirm coming in as well. I'm gonna get another boar. I mean, a few vill kills is nice, but at the same time, this is happening. Storms didn't have any defense upgrades yet, so they're still a little vulnerable to the crossbowmen, but that is being rectified, and you're still winning the fight, so... It's still all good here if you are Syscon. I'm not sure what that was, but it sure got deleted. A couple houses. This looks like a freaking campaign base, man. Palisades with the 1 tower. Monastery incoming. Alright, monk coming in. And, I mean, it's 1 TC still for Classic Pro. He's behind in eco upgrades. Knights have to be a little bit careful there. There just isn't a whole lot here that you can defend with. See, what we need to have is, in the movie 300, we need to have Sean Connery in it there, so we could say, "For Sparta!" That would have been way funnier.
Yep.
Now we're up to 6 fishing ships here at Syscon. There's plenty of fish in the sea, as I need to remind myself as the girl I planned on going on a date with on Thursday is now ghosting me. Yep. Ravens lost a game they should win. The Bears lost a game they should win. And Ornlu's getting ghosted. Feels bad, man.
Yep.
With the girl, I'm just getting ghosted. On a date, I have a date scheduled for Thursday, but she hasn't responded to a text like a couple days ago. This is like the 3rd girl in a row that like I've talked to long enough that we plan a date and then they either ghost me or they just say, "Oh, sorry, I can't do this." Got married and had a child? Yep. Cozy? Ah, scary! Yeah, freaking Toast flexing on us. Alright, 15-ville lead for Syscon. The Skirms are here to defend against the crossbowmen. Now, there is still a little bit of annoyance, as Classic War is doing a good job of idling his opponent's economy. Yeah, it's just kind of a really depressing experience, you know? Okay, here we go, guys. This is Classic Pro's great chance to come back into this game. Remember, this is just a best of 3. It's for all the literal marbles. It's a great castle location. I don't think it's getting stopped. Yeah, no way you can get your own defensive castle in here at Syscon, so maybe this could be something here for Classic Pro. Meeting? Oh, no. This is very good from Classic Pro. The castle's now in. You can maybe even go for a few karambits. Well, you're like out of food income. It's like you have half your villagers leaving. Way more than half your vills. Oh my goodness. Food prep? Oh, that's fun. That's neither nice nor illegal. Yes, I would recommend against doing that for sure. 1 TC down? But still, you have more TCs here at Syscon. It's a tricky situation because you have like no eco to follow this up with as Classic Pro. At the same time, it's not like you can get to Imp soon as Syscon, and it's going to be tough to get a defensive castle down of your own. I mean, this is scary. Got 3 mangonels here, a bunch of crossbowmen. Now, we do have a mangonel on the way here for blue. Gotta be careful there, Classic Pro. Terms are fully upgraded. Oh boy, here we go. Okay, does get at least a 1-for-1. That's something, although now the Siege Workshop's obviously under major threat. The Siege Workshop's still a little far away as well. Another mango on the way. Repairs are being attempted by blue. And remember, if he can get a castle down, that could just be GG in itself. All right, here we go. Oh, it goes after the Scorpion first. I don't know if you're going to be able to get a second shot off. You are. Okay, but that doesn't actually secure the kill, and the Scorpion obviously isn't all that scary. All right, Classic Pro is trying to make something out of nothing here. Those units are having to flee for now. Syscon, again, he has the stone. Whoa! How much does this even accomplish? There's only 9 vills left over here. It's a very small percentage of the eco here for Classic Pro. Oh, and he's gonna come in with another castle, guys. Just look at this extremely inefficient eco for blue. And again, like, this castle doesn't do anything. Oh, that Mangonel absolutely in the wrong position. And actually, the crossbow numbers are looking really low. Not really reinforcing the crossbows all that effectively. That's a kill from Syscon. The castle's still getting closer. Both Mangonels have fallen. But now everything is coming on undone. Just like Jean Bureau, man. Mon Dieu, I am undone. And Imp is on the way. That's the Imp TC, though. Okay, he realizes it. Plays Imp a little bit, but better safe than sorry. Yeah, I guess those are the only 2 archery ranges anyway. These galleys are going to mow down those vills. Another TC coming up. There are 2 Mangonels left over. This gun also has 3 relics.
Yeah.
Oh, the peasantry! Always with the peasantry, man. Another TC being attempted on the outside, but yeah. It's not a very efficient eco, but you know what? Imp will come in. Got some caramboys out. I mean, this is like a lot of eco, man. But you just have nothing. It's 40 villagers on wood. For Classic Pro, 0 on food, 8 on gold. And honestly, just losing that scout at the beginning was so rough. I just let Syscon have so much more food and really help power him to a much faster castle age time. Hello, McNeemy. Those vills are having a rough day. With all those vills. Something like that. Alright, Mangonel's out over here. Ah, deletes the siege workshop so he can place a castle foundation. Interesting move, but I think it actually does work out. Anyway, Imp is in, the castle will be in, you can make a trebuchet. This eco isn't much of an eco. And Syscon obviously has just trained so many more vills this game that even if they're being very inefficient, it's still better than what Classic Pro has.
Apa sasananya, Baginda?
Open hate on anything. We're very pro-hate on this stream. Righteous zeal. Long it takes to resign. That's me being a cow. I hope you enjoyed it. No. Was a camel. Was a cow. Get your animal sounds right. This is how I flirt with girls? It is not.
Yep. Yasa uka baginda swasti. Yep. Apa shasananya.
Righteous seal? Or.
Yasa uka baginda. Yep.
A Polish cow? I do not. In a flirting context? Well, not the girls I talk to. Alright, there's the GG called. Very low eco efficiency for both players, but Siscon was still able to take the dub, and he will be moving on to the round of 8. Just way too far ahead in everything. Almost double the food collected. Wrong girl, I guess. Alrighty, so what is the next series? Literal catcalling. It says Viper versus Bleu is in 29 minutes. Cow. Anime horse girl. I do feel like a lot of girls want somebody who is maybe a little less goofy than I am, and maybe a little bit more along their career path and not living at home with their parents, talking into a microphone all day. But I can't change who I am. All right, so Viper I don't see online. Yeah, but T90 lives on his own. And is significantly more financially solvent than I am. Money is not that. It's not necessarily, I think that, oh, you need to, like, be loaded. It's more like you just need to be on your career path. I have had multiple girls just completely stop talking to me when, like, they ask what I do, and I say that I do, you know, this. Even if I really spin it in a positive context, saying that I've gotten to travel and doing what I've stuff to actually do events, a lot of people aren't impressed by that. But I'm not gonna lie, right? That's not worth it. Terrible personality, yeah. Them anyway? Absolutely not. Not worth it. I mean, some people think it's cool. All right, so nothing seems to be happening right now. They're into AoE 4? Probably. Oh, Chark versus Kingstone is next. Oh, okay, hold on, let me pull this up. Right. Um... Looking for... Awkwardly, because I'm trying to figure out where the drafts are. I'm trying to understand what exactly we're doing, because I see Chark versus Kingstone stuff on Daniela's stream, but I don't see it on Discord. Rex, yeah, but they're not listed anywhere. Normally with tournaments, you'd have the draft set up and be like, okay, here's where it's... now Daniela's in game.
Group starts. So I'm going to cast it on 2 times speed. Not on 4, on 2. This for a while. We have Kingstone in blue playing as the Jurchens Chark, and I'll change him back to red.
All right, I messaged Robo.
This, I heavily think that units in that pond can mean map control for sure. Kingstone coming forward, probably for a dock. That field is extremely...
Okay, I'm gonna get some coffee. Hopefully Robo will give me the Rex by the time I get back.
Rex for this, true. So Ornlu, I took the Rex from the recorded games. Don't do the same, because you're gonna get spoiled. So yeah, just you did well that you asked for Robo. I got spoiled myself as well.
All right.
Okay. Large shot, just pushing in some deer. Yeah, I was talking about that build that is super exposed. Second one followed, but I I guess you know that the opponent is just pushing here as well. It's not gonna be there with the scout. But I don't know. You never know. I feel like it's too risky. It's what I spoiled. I thought I got spoiled by something else. Can't say about what. I don't want to spoil you guys too. Yeah, scout forward from Chark. Few rages on the way. Malay with the timing, the momentum. Kingstone still has a couple of seconds. Barrack is going up. I think he's just setting up and just gonna give up water. Ah, going for a demo. I like it. Exactly, Bruce. Exactly. You know. Range going up. Going for the fish. Nice job from Chark. Really, really nice job from Chark.
All right.
So many herdables under Kingstone DC as well. Trying to get a mill up. There's a
Here we are.
and a couple of scouts that are going to go forward.
All righty. Thank you for your patience, good people. I have no idea. I always have taunts muted. All right, so this is actually the round of 16. So we're going to go on this series in super speed because Viper versus Blue isn't starting until, well, at least 20 minutes from now. So we're going to have Kingstoner here in the blue as the Jerchins and to the south in the green as the Malay. It will be Chark. Alright, so you can see, obviously, Kingstone here is fishing away. And that should be good. Guys, did you know that with the Jerchins, your fish also don't rot? There's 0 decay on your fish when you're Jerchins. It's pretty darn impressive. Anyway, Chart's up a lot faster here with Malay. And Malay are kind of a surprising pick on this map anyway, because it is so open. My speed, I can only go up to ludicrous speed. Demo Wrap coming in here from Kingstone. Clearly not all that concerned about fighting on water. Just making some scooter bugs. I think that's the time to speed. Fishing chip is now going down here for Kingstone. The scouts are coming out and he will be going forward with them. Hill water. Yeah, it is pretty funny. By Jerchins? I think Jerchins make a lot more sense than Malay. Oysters? I mean, think how quickly seafood in real life rots. It's amazing that Jerchins are able to skip that. Oh, this is good. Oh, you know what? I think my dad put in the cherry coffee. Ah, this isn't the normal Lavazza. This is like the cherry coffee he gets in northern Michigan. gathering the pearls. But are you clutching at your pearls? Because it's an open map and Jurchens have good cavalry options. Disgusting. It's actually very good.
Yasa kuka baginda.
Creeping in. Well, that is how melee work. Well, you've got a good early game. You've got good cavalry. You've got decent CA. Jurchens can work on every map. Also, I love Jurchens. I am no urchin being a fan of the Jurchens. Anyway, the Snapper are about to be evicted at this point. I'm delusion. Weird, but average. I think it's above average. There's definitely a joke in there. Some people say that, you know, what might look like average cavalry is technically above average cavalry. Down by, someone's getting fired. Bureau of Labor Statistics. I forget what department they're part of.
Yasa kuka shasananya baginda.
Anyway, still not in Castle Age yet. Yeah, I would guess the Commerce Department.
Yasa kuka baginda.
That sounds like something I should know, but unfortunately I don't. To tape the ink? Yeah, we should.
Yep.
Anyway, some elephants are here as well for chart. See if you can chart a course to victory. Well, that elephant isn't doing a whole lot. Church and Lycav are pretty good. If that ever becomes public, exactly. Alright, second TC coming in here from each player, but Chark is just way ahead in the villager count. And honestly, this is a good example of, especially if you win control of water, it's better to have a civ that has a good eco than one that might technically be a bit better suited towards the map. Recently, Chark's been around for a long time. I don't know if he's been around as long as Noboru has, but he's definitely been around for a while. Alright, Monk's not able to get any conversions off. Uh-oh. Third TC coming in for green as well. Chark's playing this very well. Only 15 on food, but you really just don't need that many elephants. Like, Kurt has husbandry, and he could probably pick up +1 defense if he really wanted to. But other than that, like, he's fine. The elephants are just there as a good meat shield for your crossbowmen. You have ballistics.
Apa shasananya baginda.
I have no answer to in the late game? What's that? A rate cut? Oh my god.
Yasa kuka baginda.
Okay, ballistics is coming in now for blue. Grenadiers, but they're not very good against arbs. Or skirms. Unless you get thunderclap bombs.
Yep.
2016? Yeah. Thought it was something like that. 2016, also known as 9 years ago. Does he look smart? Let's see this dapper fellow. I want to see how dapper Chark is. Oh, what a guy. What a guy. He looks like your typical Japanese nerd guy. That was the first thing he's ever... Yeah, I guess part of Team Japan. He looks like me. Is he Japanese Ornlu? Alright, Imp is on the way here. Much faster here for Chark. I'm afraid I don't know. Alright, our Brace are coming in. The Mumakill are ready for battle. Well, somebody... Ah, okay. Oh, am I? Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, I'm just on ×2 speed. I thought she was doing ×2 speed. Alright, castle coming in. Ah!
Apa sasananya baginda? Iya.
6 minutes? Okay, well... We will be casting at point 5 speed. Look at the micro here from Chark. Able to snipe the villagers near the towns. Okay, I can't do this.
Yasa kuka baginda.
Alright, so, unfortunately, Kingstone's in a situation where all he's doing is making skirmishers.
Apa sasananya
I feel like you need to get something else here. I mean, maybe a few Fire Lancers to help with the elephants, but it feels like your answer to this is if you have a big eco running around everywhere with cavalry, which you don't have. So here I think you really just need to rely on your siege. Dirge and skirms have everything except for Thumb Ring, which doesn't really matter that much for skirmishers.
Apa sasananya baginda? Iya.
I mean, Jurchens are a very good civ at holding. Remember, you get a really cheap heavy rocket card upgrade. I forget how much it is exactly. Yeah, 200 wood, 600 gold for heavy rocket cart.
Apa sasananya baginda?
Now, obviously, Kingstone has, like, no gold right now, which is kind of an issue, but it's still something I think that is going to be pretty imperative to work towards. Yeah, charred obviously way too many on wood. We do have some bombards on the way.
Yasa kuka baginda. Iya.
Man, those conversions are taking forever on elephants. And yet, Kingstone's castle stands.
Apa sasananya baginda?
Oh, I think almost everybody agrees that Jurchens are the civ that feels like an AoE 2 civ.
Yasa kuka
The one thing that people wish for Jurchens, myself included, is that they actually spoke the Manchu language. Like they, like the Manchu Horse Archer does in AoE 3. I know the Jurchens and Manchu aren't exactly the same, but you could If you wanted to get the closest approximation of a language that people still speak, it would certainly be Manchu. It also sounds really cool. Grenadiers, I think, might still need a little bit of balance tweaking, but I think the unit itself is really cool. And you know what, guys? Kingstone is pushing this back. He's only on 2 TCs, although he's trying to grab a third one. Elite Battle Elephant is on the way, but none are on the field right now, and it is going to be for the Fire Lancers for Kingstone. The Lancer of Fire. It's something to hate. Oh, you just like don't like dealing with them? That's certainly fair. At the same time, again, I think that Grenadiers could still need some numbers tweaks, but that doesn't mean that the unit isn't, like, well-designed. A unit can be well-designed, but not well-balanced. And something can also be well-balanced, but not well-designed. Anyway. Lochwans! Oh, look at this! Oh, now we need Thunderclap bombs, guys, for the insane Jurchen Lochwans. Guys, Jurchens don't have a great navy. No shipwright, no fast fire ship. But you do have, like, ridiculously good Lochwans. Effective against infantry and group units? Yes, that is exactly what they are designed for. Oh, and some iron pagodas. Anyway, guys, so remember, Fire Lancers, they don't have the same amount of bonus damage that Halbs do. Halbs are just the more explicitly anti-cav unit. Oh, that bombard cannon is at an awkward angle. And now, look at this. The army values are similar. We got a couple more conversions coming in, though, from blue. I mean, anything will help. But without that final armor upgrade... Oh, you need Gambesons, though. I mean, Gambesons, it's just, again, one more armor. You'll take what you can get. But yeah, right now, those Arbs are dropping the Fire Lancers like flies. And it is a double gold army versus a trash unit and gold unit army. And right now, Chark is the one who is coming forward. Skirms are going after the Arbs. The Fire Lancers are now at the back. Remember, they attack really fast as the Jurchens. I mean, they are kind of om-nom-nomming the elephants. The Iron Pagoda's over there. Lochwan's doing Lochwan things. But at the end of the day, Kingstone is the one who is continuously losing villagers to the army of Chark, who's still so far ahead in resources. You can see that Chark still took an efficient fight. The Arbs are just still hanging strong. They're just missing the last armor upgrade. He's still got bombard cannons. He's still got Trebs. And I'm just not at all sold here on the Fire Lancers. I guess... Oh, he never got fortified bastions, man. What kind of Jurchen's play is this? Alright, well, this Treb is at least going to go down. I think. Wow. That's rough. It's a lot of gold. Yeah, you're just missing Thunderclap bombs at the moment. You're missing most of your good attacks. The Arbs aren't taking any damage. You don't even have Gambesons. gold unit. They feel fine in mid game, but really underwhelming in late game. Like they're just too gold intensive in late game.
Apa syaksananya baginda?
Like they're what, 40 food, 45 gold or something like that? Or 40 wood, 45 gold rather. Chart's now switching over into swordsman. I guess he's just prepping for when gold runs out, but I think there's still... actually, there's less gold on the map than I thought. Extra Pierce armor. Would that make them too good for Koreans and Etons, though? I don't know.
Apa syaksananya?
Iron Pagodas is certainly not a bad rating unit. Spear line counterparts? It depends what you're fighting.
Buka baginda.
The Spear line are still the better pure anti-cavalry unit. And the Fire Lancers are a much more well-rounded unit, and yeah, it just taps out there. Yeah, whatever Kingstone was trying to do there, that just wasn't the answer. And Chark takes game number 1. Yeah, just more resources. He had the significant timing lead, fastered up to every single age. Make sure we're not getting ahead of Daniela. Okay, yeah, Daniela's still in the last game. Doubted Malay. I mean, Malay are just really good, and their army compositions are much more straightforward. Chinese, I don't know. I do not know. Anyway, Daniela should almost be done here with game number 1. The map? Wouldn't the map be good for cavalry because it's so open? I don't know, maybe that forces engagements a little bit more. Anyway, Viper is drafting. Which is why I thought we had to go through the entire series at ×2 speed. Alright, Danielle's getting into the next one, though. So we will as well. Back to Rocky Forest, we will have Kingstone in the blue as the Japanese to the northwest, down 0-1. And to the southeast in the green as the Khmer, it will be Chart. Using the Rajas civs. Another Rajas versus East Asian civ. Ore. Look at that tree. Just surrounded by rocky terrain. Looks so goofy. Like a perfect square of rocky terrain. Anyway. You had a female history teacher that really liked Age of Empires? Oh, there you go. Watashi? Watashi? Iyo. Alright, so Japanese on this map going to be all about that men-at-arm rush, as there really isn't a good way to wall out your woodline against them, whereas Khmer are probably going to be just fast feudal age archers in this matchup. Use your houses for your villagers to jump into, and then the quick archery range without needing to build a barracks is going to be very happy in terms of dealing with the infantry. Oh wait, now Danielle is on ×2 speed? Oh my goodness. Twelve and a half minutes. Well, let's see. 18 pop up here for green. Nani? And indeed, it will be houses by the woodlines for Chark, fast archers. Makes so much sense in this matchup. Because already you have an archer about to be done by the time the militia show up here. You're still causing idle time, and Kingstone is ahead in resources because of it, but the men-at-arms are having to go back home now. And we already have the archer plus skirmisher follow-up. Yeah, just being a little bit annoying there. Blacksmith coming in. A little bit of a scuffle here. Two production buildings? Well, he's going to struggle to actually just keep up in the raw archer numbers. And it is mostly skirmisher production at this point as well for Chark, but yeah, he's getting padded archer armor instead. People just aren't cool enough to add in more swordsman units. Robok Mania. Boring. Now it's just skirm v skirm. Guys, you know what unit should, in theory, be good against skirmishers? The humbled men-at-arm. Castle Age is on the way. Well, Chart's still a little ways off from Castle Age, but he's getting close. And now another range here for Chart. And he will make it to the Castle Age. Night production has started, but right now it's going to be all about the skirmisher upgrades. And indeed, there we go. Castle Age coming in for Kingstone. I gotta be careful there. Loses 2 scouts for free. Oh, this is so awkward. This just looks so awkward, man. Skirm's walking around this way. But this is all a very uncomfortable situation for Kingstone. Alright, Ballistics coming in for both players. I mean, they're both on 1 TC. The resources collected are basically even, so this is okay now for Kingstone. Yet the numbers still seem to be climbing more for Chark. As you can see, his production is better. That said, the overall micro, I guess, is a little bit better for Kingstone as well. He's adding a second TC, so is Green. Green's actually almost at a castle. Is this where the ballista elephants come in? All right. It's TC number 3 here for Chark. Oh, nice snipe there for him. Immediately grabs the siege workshop. All right, so I'm curious as to where this castle's going to go down. You're not just going to bank up stone, right? For no reason. Because those villagers could be working on other resources. Okay, castle gonna come forward. Here come the bills. And we'll have to see if Kingstone can actually make this Cav Archer switch work. The issue with making a Cav Archer switch here is that your opponent's already invested into skirmishers. And having the second siege workshop is really ugly. And how Chart's going, CA! No! Do I live in Illinois? Yes, I do. Come on, give me the ballista, Ellie. Oh boy. Anyway, Eco's now way ahead for Chark. You could say it's off the graphs. Four TCs, another castle coming in. Oh, we got a ballista elephant sighting. I mean, you guys knew what you signed up for. Anyway, GG called. Really good gameplay from Chark, honestly. 8% more efficient in economy. And just played well. Defended all the Japanese aggression, outskirmed his opponent. Not a whole lot to argue against. So well done. let's get these new drafts in. Oh, they're already 5 minutes into game number 1. Oh, boy. Conversations I haven't read? I mean, I read everything. Instead of Lewis and Clark, we have Lewis and Chart. Perfect. Wait, is that Etons? Everything? Yeah. At least I try to. I don't respond to everything, but I do read everything. Is this redundant? It's okay. It's just like most of what I cast is the same thing over and over, so it's redundant anyway. Yep. Chart versus Kingstone is over. Alright, so blue is going to be playing, ironically, in the cyan. I guess it is a shade of blue. Or hue of blue. It'll be to the cyan to the southwest and to the northeast in the yellow as the Ketons. It will be Herr Viper. So, interesting matchup because, like I've been saying, the way that this map tends to play these days is it's very much focused on the aggressive hybrid side of things. So, you know, we're talking similar builds on this map that you would see on something like a Kawasan, like a Frigid Lake, like a Cross. Those sorts of maps. And I'm not just saying that because I don't like those maps, although I don't, but it just seems to be how players have adjusted to this. Which is fine in terms of what these guys think is the best way to go about it, and I tend to agree based on what I've seen. But also, why are you playing these two civs then? Viper, no dock. No, storage pit is just for, like, decoration. Also, where is there a storage pit? I mean, Chimera and Ketons are both fine in the sense that Chimera and Ketons are almost always fine. Okay, so forward dock over here from Viper. Like, you can find a way to win with both of these civs. I mean, they're just very powerful in general. Cows going back home. I like how the cows have a big old bell. They have a literal cowbell. Alright, barracks coming up at home here for the Viper. There's the forward dock. That's the camel noise? No. Is a cow noise, whereas is a camel noise. Get your animal sounds right. Come on, people. This is simple stuff. Alright, so 2 fishing ships out. Okay, Blue just canceled his 3rd fishing ship. He's grabbing a stable at this point. That's all walled in. Maybe he senses something is up, but he doesn't know for sure. He sees a barracks here, but nothing else. Konnichiwa, puppy saturation. Like a dog bell, oh no. Oh, was it an AoE 4? Every time you clicked on a TC, it made like a really annoying bell sound back in the beta. I seem to remember that. Anyway, Fire Galley's out here, and it is harassing those fishing ships. Range now coming in here from blue. Viper, meanwhile, is going to be adding a stable behind it. But you at least do much less clicking overall these days. So, like, back in AOC, when you were cycling through all your docks, you actually did hear the dock sound over and over and over again, and it was really annoying. But now you just have to click on the docks once because you can have multiple building selection. Anyway, blue is still a villager ahead of Viper. The resources collected are close enough, and this is nice over here. Oh, gotta be careful. Still escapes with all the scouts. He loses a lot of HP, but at least he does escape with the scouts. There aren't any villagers taking food right there. I mean, Viper is still going to be ahead here on the... Did Cyan added another fishing ship? That's way too greedy. Faster turning scouts is really nice, though, for Viper. It's like Huns, but better. Actually, in general, Ketons are probably just better Huns these days. Blue's still nicely ahead in resources, though. And now with reinforcements coming in, we have fletching too. This is really awkward for Viper. In general, Ketons don't love dealing with ranged heavy civs. It is their weakness. And that's just from missing bloodlines, of course. Yeah, he's not really making any more ships, though. Perhaps he thought that he'd be fighting harder for water than he actually ended up doing, as we're now looking at 7 scouts here and a few archers with fletching. Viper's trying to grab his own blacksmith, but without an archery range of his own. I'm really struggling to see how this is going to be a good situation at all here for the snack. Archers can even harass the pastures because they have no armor. Yeah, you still want to build your pastures around the TC for 1, efficiency, and 2, for protection. You want your villagers as close to your TC as possible. Alright, Viper's going to try and snipe some straggler units. He's going to get the forging upgrade, of course, very powerful for the Ketons. Viper does win water, and he's adding in his own fishing eco behind this. But we have to imagine that blue is looking pretty nice so far, whatever the score may say. At random house is going to go down. Are we looking at double ranges as well? Yes, we are. Blue going to keep up the pressure. Again, I'm really worried for Viper without an archery range. You just don't skip an archery range these days on anything other than closed maps. I like that blue is keeping his army together, making sure his archers cannot be caught out of position. Of course, Viper going to do the best he can to take a good engagement, and he is able to secure one of his opponent's cavalry units just for free. Mildly complacent like the Ravens with a 4th quarter lead. Oh boy, here we go. Is this a good enough fight here for the Viper? Remember, the scouts have bloodlines. I guess it's gonna be not a good enough fight for Viper. Again, no bloodlines for Ketons. Hello, Miss Debson. How are you doing? Okay, the dock there finally goes down here for blue, but, I mean, that really wasn't a good enough fight for Viper. Overall, resources destroyed are similar, but blue is the one with an army here on the land. Okay, there you go. Viper finally able to find some reinforcing units. This week's theme is the TTL Bronze League settings. Proper loyal, that's good. A lot of headache for you. Alright, 15 army to 3, but again, it needs to all be together as Viper can sort of bisect the army here. He does have his own +1 defense. And there are no spearmen, since blue, of course, skipped the barracks as the Khmer. Oh, Spearman trying to come in to help. It does even get an extra poke in it. That even could be a nice difference maker as Viper finally taking the fight he's looking for. And he is going to clean up all these units here. Faster Eco is starting to grow, although he was never able to get the domestication upgrade. Viper is still totally feral, not domesticated whatsoever. Yeah, just the 2 fishing ships here for Viper. Blue is still looking to be relatively close to Castle Age resources. At the same time, Viper is really going to start climbing up in his own food eco. And Viper is indeed building a market. Yeah, you have the tower over here to help protect the villagers. Those guys are just trying to keep themselves safe for now. Oh. Did you delete the house? Okay, Viper actually clicks up a hair sooner with the power of the market. Oh, gotta be so careful here, Blue. I mean, that tower is going to go down pretty darn fast, but here we are, Blue on the other side. Viper honestly losing track of his opponent's army. I love the fire galleys over here to help deal with any reinforcements. And there is another villager kill. Both players taking some losses. Yeah, just like 15 seconds slower to Castle Age's Blue. Shouldn't be too big of a deal. But yeah, these scouts getting a lot of value. Those vills are going to mostly escape though. Now, I'm pretty sure this is an overshot, but Blue thankfully does realize that. But can these archers actually make it to Castle Age without being killed by reinforcing scouts? I don't think so. We're on double stable at this point, and the faster trade speed is so good for Ketons. I mean, destroying the pastures is nice and annoying for sure, but... I don't know about all this. Viper should be taking a not good enough fight here, I think. I mean, he might eventually clean this up, but this doesn't feel very good. Debbie, I don't believe you. We are defined only by our relationships to other people. There is no civil existence without the context of others. There's no such thing as solitude. Oh, what the heck? Oh. Oh. I get... Okay, you wall in these scouts. Who cares? Viper making some step lancers, but, like, what's Blue doing? He's getting crossbowmen, or not even crossbow. He's getting bodkin and crossbow. There we go. But now he's just going to go cav archers? As freaking Khmer here? Really? These scouts have gotten so much value, man. Oh, boy. Monastery coming in here for the Viper. His eco is safe over here. Oh, no, Blue. Oh, no. Yikes. Yeah, this is kind of a disaster. Simply no way to deal with the scouts. No barracks. As Khmer here. And sure, you're going triple range CA, but this just feels so unexciting for Khmer. Especially when you're behind an eco to Ketons. As Viper's really going to start to jump ahead. He also has the far better eco upgrades. No ballistics or anything like that, of course. Now you're fighting step lancers with villagers. No! GG is called. Viper takes game number 1. As you'd expect, there were some good moments there for Blue, but simply not able to keep himself safe at home. And really just not respecting the power of the Keton units. Viper? I mean, Viper's still the overwhelming favorite in this series, in any game he plays in this series, but I thought that Blue still looked decent early on, but ultimately, a few critical mistakes that Viper exploited, as you would expect him to. Okay, that is Ketons over the Khmer, third pick for each player. Chat is empty. Well, so is my heart, so it all balances out. All right, a minute 25, and we will be getting into game number 2. I'm going to get some coffee, guys. I will be right back. What's up, gorgeous? I'm sorry, my flirtation powers are just way too strong. Alrighty, guys, so blue is going to be here in the cyan as the shoe to the west of the map, and to the east in the yellow as the Cumans. It will be the Viper. Now, Cumans are actually a very good civ on this map. The rush distance is super long, and that's usually enough to actually get your extra TC down. And then beyond that, Cuman's, you know, just a very strong civ. To be prepared, what, is he also going to need to go to the bathroom? Shu, I don't really get. They are a pretty slow civ. Especially, you know, in terms of their army composition, so I'm not exactly sure what blue has in store. The shoe cream is shoe green. Well, the shoe are green. Yeah, they're the War Chariot civ. As opposed to Achaemenids, who are also the War Chariot civ, but it's a different War Chariot entirely. Yeah, Liu Bei is the hero for the shoe. Could be a Phosphor build. But is a Phosphor build that's War Chariot based actually good versus Cumans? Because one, Cumans have very good scouts, and two, the War Chariots don't really destroy buildings very well. And I think they have 6 range, right? So they don't even have the 7 range of Scorpions. Coomer Boomer. Blue was thinking he'd face humans here. What were Viper's other options? Viper could have gone Japanese here, and Jurchins, both of which I think make... actually, all three civs are good on this map. Viper's draft is actually pretty good. Anyway, both players have docked over here. First fishing ship will be out for Blue. Mounted cannons on top of camels? Why not camels mounted on top of cannons? Ever think about that? Right, Loom coming in here for Viper, so 20 pop. Just the one fishing ship. Now, is a dock really worth it for only one fishing ship? That feels a little weird. I mean, I guess he could add another one and still have enough wood for a TC. But the fishing ships are likely going to die very quickly. After a camel is shot by a cannon? No, 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 no. The cannon shoots the camels. Oh, no. You believe in Viper? I don't know. I think he's pretty dead. Okay, so Viper is actually going all the way up to 3 fishing ships. Now, again, fishing ships need, what, 5 trips to pay for themselves? 75 wood for a fishing ship, and 5 trips from a fishing ship is 75 food. Are you guaranteeing... Like, is this fishing ship really going to get 5 trips before it dies? Unless Viper himself can protect the fishing ships. Actually, maybe he will have enough wood for both a fire galley and a town center. But it's still pretty close. Viper ostensibly going to be building a TC somewhere over here on the stone. No, food actually is worth very little at this exact point in the game. Wood is the most important resource. Because you've already banked up a decent amount of food. Oh, Blue's forward here. I mean, you're up against humans. You're going forward. It's over, Anakin! Archery range coming in, too. Blue's certainly not messing around. Oh, a little bit awkward there. Please tell me they know about each other's docks. Viper doesn't even know about his opponent's dock. Oh my goodness. I mean, he probably guesses, but awkward. Interesting that you are still investing into the Men-at-Arms upgrade. I mean, yes, INC's the lumberjacking bill. Lumberjacking off are these villagers, guys. Come on. You can't be looking at this. It's not appropriate. Well, Viper still doesn't actually have a defense at the moment. But he is just going to scooch over to the lumber camp there. And this is what I was talking about with the long rush distance. Obviously, going forward is doing everything you can to mitigate that issue. But it is still a tricky spot. Viper having those extra deer. Polygon have gone woke. I am literally the woke mob. Yeah, this should have been a fire galley as soon as Feudal Age came in, though, for Blue. Also, Viper actually got the scout kill, which is cute. And as things stand, Viper's just cruising. It's already 5 vills ahead. He's lost to nothing. He is not behind in resources right now, which humans usually are at this point because you spent all that villager time building the second TC. Chunbei Choshi. Alright, Bidax is now coming in for Blue, but it's already in for Viper. And this is looking like a great play so far from Mr. Snackman. Yep, gotta be careful there, but Viper's coming in with his own defensive archery range. Now, he doesn't have access to gold, but that's not really an issue right now. All he needs are some skirmishers. He didn't even invest into one singular ship. So he can go ahead and grab fletching. Oh, actually, all just going over here to the east. He's fine. Viper is big chillin'. I don't really know why Viper's trying so desperately to save that house, but whatever. Oh, that's why. Viper got housed. Oh, that's funny. Viper! Guys, what happened to Tyrant the Viper? Now all he is Gamer Legion Viper. Remember, no fletching in here for the shoe player. And now, you could say the shoe is on the other foot. And now he's going to have to come in with a defensive tower. Oh, jeez. Castle Age is coming in here for blue. So he's still applying pressure as best he can. The resources collector are at least still close. And taking down those fishing ships is nice, while keeping your own alive. Goodbye, Hassan. Established a foothold? Exactly. I might be an idiot. See, Viper is a type of snack. And allegedly Viper is also a man. So he's Mr. Snack Man. There we go. Alright, so fletching is coming in, and we'll have to see what the plan is once Castle Age comes in. Only hate the Three Kingdom civs? That's true. Viper's actually going for his own fire galley here, which I like. Just don't let your opponent fish boom for free. So I imagine we'll be seeing a siege workshop very soon. Oh, I actually like this, gathering from the hunt there, and you can go with the siege workshop really close to the edge of the map here. Can harass that gold. Like, I don't think Viper's memeing around here. Like, this is a legit strategy on this map. Babysitter qualifications. I'm great with kids. Whoa! All right here, blue. Oh yeah, because that's. Are you going to China too? And I go on vacation. All right, Mangonel on the way. No, I think you go Mangonel here first. Anyway, Viper obviously sees this. You go somewhere nice. Yeah, Debbie, you enjoy Ibiza. I'll sit and clean up baby vomit. That checks out. Double Mangonel, though. I mean, Viper does. Okay, now I say Viper doesn't have a stable. He's building two of them. No, I think you start with two mangoes and then you mix in some other, probably war chariots and then maybe other things. No, I think both of these guys are actually just playing a legit game of AoE2 here. It might seem like there's memery happening, but I don't think so. Like, this just feels like legit pressure to deal with the human boom, and like I said, I've seen plenty of players do exactly what Viper's done in this game. Anyway, Viper a minute off from Castle Age, and now a ram is coming in as well. First, the war chariots are still going to be very annoying for Viper. That's Feudal Age Siege Workshop is also really handy. Yeah, but you don't actually have enough army to actually force down the vills. My Viper's still closing in on a castle. He's got the market he needs. Bang an L1 equivalent. It would be very difficult. Oh, Viper sold all of his stone. Okay, so he's not interested in the castle. He's, I think, just going to go pure knights to try and defend against this. But he's housed! Viper! Oh, no. Guys, I haven't seen somebody so washed since I took a shower last night. No, I like focusing the market. It's going to go down pretty quick. And again, Viper sold all of his stone. I mean, you also have the extra 10% movement speed to help out in the Mangonel War, so, I mean, obviously Viper is in general going to have better micro than Blue, but still, Blue is going to have a bit of an advantage there. Sold the stone because he was trying to get the Siege and the Knights going. Okay, so Viper is going to try and go for a little bit of a counterattack, and, I mean, Blue is basically undefended at home, so that makes tons of sense. Actually, are these two knights just going to win the game? There's, like, nothing here at all from Blue. I don't think Viper believed he could get a castle up. All right. Here we go. Yeah, this is a problem. A market being rushed up over here, jeez. Oh. Now, if you... This is actually uphill, which is really nice for Viper. Yeah, actually added another TC to the north as well. No, Blue, I think, is going to try and add a second TC. Yeah, faster movement speed is real nice for Shu. Ooh. I mean, Viper's micro is, of course, fantastic here. Viper's housed again. That should be a kill. Oh, what? Mangonel's already taken 118 damage. Oh my goodness, Viper's micro here. Nope. Like, this is like one of my games, guys. Nope. Oh my god. That is not good. This is also going to be, as the kids say, a thing. Yeah, this is so well played from Viper. Well, Viper's lost a lot of buildings. That's why his score is so low. Jeez. I mean, yeah, this game is, like, super over. The knights are even here to help protect the villagers. A little fortunate that Viper had the high ground here to work with, but, I mean, that's just how the map is. Honestly, great attempt, though, from Blue. I mean, obviously, Viper is a much better player, but... You know what? A fair shot. Viper's micro is way too good, though. Oh, my goodness. I mean, I love the double siege workshop. He still got Castle Age at a good time. but I feel like, you know, it's the little things, right? It's the letting Viper fish for a bit too long. It's not having units around here at the edge of the map and not having vision for a little too long. And then, of course, at the end of the day, it comes down to Micro Viper killing 7 Mangonels while losing 3. All of those things together. But no, that was a legit series. Good stuff. Next is going to be Running versus Thunderbolt. That went quick. I bet that's not the first time you've said that to Viper. I'm sorry, that was way too easy. That was a little too obvious. Your solitaire game? Oh no. Let's see. Running. Is he running from my dad jokes? Oh yeah, there's a here. I'll show you. I'll relay this to you guys in a second. Get knocked out by ACCM, as is tradition. Let me update the scoreboard. All right, so girl I'm talking to on Hinge. If I can find this. So, you know, on her profile, she says that, you know, my love language is thoughtful surprises, acts of service, and meaningful quality time. Sure, that's fine. And then I'm like, how about a thoughtful act of surprise that is or a thoughtful surprise that is an act of service, including quality time? And she says, I always love an efficient combo. And I said, hey girl, what turns you on? When you leave for work at the exact time to get a green light at a really annoying intersection. And then she says, dad jokes turn me off. Oh my goodness. Absolute tragedy. And yet I still was able to score a date with her. So, as the kids say, Ornlu's got all that riz. Something like that. All right, so next up should be Running versus... Okay, that's scheduled for 6 minutes from now. $16.40. I think that would be pretty close. With the X. Well, his name's too long. My date jokes? Well, yeah. But honestly, if a girl can't be a little bit goofy, then that's not someone I want to be with. I can't just not be a goofy person. Do some Geoguessr. that's Latin. I think. Why is there like a mini Arc de Triomphe in the middle of this random town? Latvia. The foliage looks very green. This is an interesting one. Romania? Shut up, Windows security. I feel like Romanian would make a lot of sense. And a cat make her happy, find a... That's actually your opinion? Oh my goodness. Sports yeah, that looks more like Hungarian than Romanian to me, although I'm certainly no expert. Skirt! I don't know, guys. It has even the Magyar thingy on it. Now, the question is, where in Hungary are we? A Vok? Is that the name of a town? I've never heard of it, although I've only ever heard of Budapest and Szeged and Pécs. Ah! Ah, here it is. Vok. The Valve anti-cheat town. Famous triumphal arch of Vok was built for Empress Maria Theresa's visit. It's the only triumphal arch of its kind in Hungary. Interesting. C'est intéressant. Alright, looks like they're drafting now. Oh boy. Kochel Bulikshehir Belediyesi Kocheli Akyaka Turkey? Super interesting message. What, that a game about rescuing dogs and cats is repetitive because you're rescuing dogs and cats? This is a mosque of some kind. Looks like a minaret. Unfortunately, Turkey's a pretty big country. So, it still doesn't help us out as much as we might like. Oh, yeah. I mean, you gotta stand up for your game. I mean, it's a game about adopting animals. I mean, I don't know what people are thinking when it comes to exciting and engaging gameplay. Oh. Repetitive. Yeah, I have no idea. Here. Oh, it was even further east. Akyaka. The area around Akyaka is dotted with ancient ruins and fortresses, reflecting its role as a crossroads of empires like the Persians, Byzantines, and Ottomans. Yeah, right on the border with Armenia. All right, let me just set this up real quick. All right, doing the civ draft now. Oh, we're gonna get LATAM'd here, aren't we? Oh, nope, Muslim country. Indonesia, probably. Oh, yeah, especially with the little hats. All right. Could be Malaysia. Malaysia. I don't ever really see any Arabic in Indonesia, whereas you do sometimes see it in Malaysia. But I'm not the best at differentiating between Indonesia and Malaysia. Jaya, though? I mean, that has to be Java, right? Oh, look at that. The people, nice happy people on the bike saying hi to the Google car. Yeah, I don't know. Java somewhere. Here. Mm-hmm. Tebing Tinggi's name means high cliff in Indonesian, though it's actually located on low-lying plains surrounded by rivers and fertile farmland. Uh-huh. That's a misnomer. Is this an island? It is technically an island, wow. Why is Indonesia so freaking big, man? Not helpful. Oh, that's an ancient aliens island? Now we're getting LATAM'd properly. Hello, Gagrati. Uh-huh. Oh, I'm always lost. I have no idea where the heck we are in Latin America, man. Be anywhere from Mexico to Argentina. Okay, there are mountains in the distance. I tend to agree with Central America, but I still don't have a good beat on this. Maybe like Chiapas or Guatemala. Costa Rica. No. Every July, Liberia hosts a Fiesta Cívicas de Liberia, a lively festival with rodeos, parades, music, and traditional dances celebrating Guanacaste culture. I mean, that's about as well as I could reasonably do without anything else to go on. There's a little island. Isn't this like part of Colombia? I seem to remember there's like a random island that belongs to Colombia that's like really far away from Colombia. Ship Graveyard Simulator? Oh no. Alrighty. Why are you running? Let's make Thunderbolt gray.
Hi.
Something else? Ah, rip. Anyway, guys, here we are
Adish.
on Ravines.
Hey.
Definitely one of the more interesting maps out there because it is just like another land map. Which, again, I think that it's really underrated just to have different land maps in your tournament. Anyway, running will be here in the purple as the Bengalis to the west. And Thunderbolt will be here in the gray as the Chinese to the east. Ship Graveyard Simulator. Oh boy. What do you do, just explore ship ruins? So, Chinese Bengalis, kind of two interesting approaches, right? Because you have Bengalis, which are much more the closed map, boomy clown civ. And then you have Chinese, which are the more open, aggressive map civ. And Ravines is kind of a little bit of both. Why, I'm curious. Don't need any of that nonsense. Toba volcano might have caused a genetic bottleneck? Oh. What, because it choked out most of the human population with a huge eruption or something? So, let's see how these guys are going to want to approach this. 14 seconds idle time is certainly not a bad start here for Thunderbolt with Chinese. Caused volcanic winter? Ah, yeah. That's what I thought. 80% of all humans, that's ridiculous. Ship Graveyard Simulator 2. Oh. Yeah, really nice start here for Thunderbolt. Got the 3 vills on wood. He's pushing in all the deer. So the way Ravines works, guys, is I think you only have 1 boar or maybe even 0 boar, but there are a lot of deer running around. Hey, why isn't purple just walling? He knows the edge of the map is right here. Why is he just walling there? Doing some clowning stuff? I have no idea what he's... Oh, no. Uh-oh. It might be phosphoruing time.
Hey.
That is going on to stone very early. Oh, dear. This is why he's going with the dinky little walls. No, the moat is wallable. Alright, what's Thunderbolt gonna do against it? Yeah, it's not unwallable. Claiming fossil will be the only flat.
Hi.
I mean, again, phosphoruing or a variant of it is viable depending on the map and matchup. For example, this is much easier to small wall than Arabia is. Oh my goodness. Look at the minimap. Oh, I think I can see what you mean. Yeah. Yeah, I see what you mean. Anyway, 23 pop. But yeah, most civs are not going to phosphoru very effectively, but Bengalis are literally one of, if not the best phosphoruing civ, alongside maybe Koreans. Fire Lancers? Wouldn't Fire Lancers just get microed down by Ratha? Alright. Scootage is being researched here by Thunderbolt. And you also have to be in castle. I mean, Gray sees the stone being mined, so... Oh, he doesn't! Oh, no! Maybe based off of the uptime, he'll guess it, but... Oh, I thought Gray saw the stone mine. Quintessential cookout? I don't know what that is. Alright, there's the market. There's the blacksmith. I mean... I think Thunderbolt has to get an idea as to what's going on. I got... Just enjoying just laying still? Yeah, I'm sure. That's funny. That's a big turn. I don't know anything, man. Anyway, Gray has to have an idea what's going on. Yeah, it's way too late to crush now. GL organized? I mean, in general, I am pretty clueless. GL organized. Quintessential cookout. Oh, it's a danger duck thing. It starts on the 15th. Yeah, we'll cast it.
Hey.
Oh, I don't think you can castle forward. You don't have anything to protect your villagers. Anyway, Thunderbolt's already sold his stone. He's going to be looking to get a good castle age time behind it, but his actual eco balance isn't very good. Persona Sono.
Hi.
Privately? Okay. I mean, I'll cast it.
To yak.
I cast tournaments. Although, I did just get a message from my friend who says that,
Adesh.
he's streaming it right now. Wikipedia says it starts on the 15th. Where can you castle? I think you can castle right by your TC. Well. Yeah. First. Oh. Well, that's really weird. Anyway, nice kill there from Thunderbolt. First kill of the series. Running's gonna need to have some better quick walls. Running is gonna need to have some better quick walls. So there's zero organization whatsoever for the first round? What?
Hey.
Like, if people can just cast the Rex whenever they want, why? I don't know, guys. It's just bizarre. Alright, castle is up. It's Rotha time. This area's wall to the south, still open to the north. And obviously, Thunderbolt is going to need to get a good answer to the enemy, Rotha. However, with 15 vills on food, this is far from an all-in. Like, this isn't really a Phosphoru build, it's more of a just fast castle. I mean, it is a very fast castle, but But yeah, apparently GL's helping to organize a tournament? I really don't know.
To yak.
Well, 5 Rotha are here. Running's gonna add another TC though, so again, this is not an all-in. This isn't an actual Phosphoru build. On what I feel so out of the know these days. Yeah, I mean, Thunderbolt needs to go. I mean, he had to sell stone to get to Castle Age. He needs to get Elite Skirmisher. He needs to get a lot of relevant upgrades. Running Cannon is just adding TCs. +1 defense in. You don't even have Bodkin in on the town centers, but one Rotha is not. Like, Running hasn't actually killed anything yet. Even attacking uphill, though, the scouts are going to go down. Smack. Smack. Lots of smacking. Running is ahead in Vills, although he's still well behind in terms of resources. Gonna get another Vill snipe there, so we are at 4 in total, but a lot of Rotha have gone down. We're at 10 skirms with decent enough upgrades, honestly. That pathway is still open over there, but you have the secondary layer of walls. We have a university coming in. So Running is actually developing a pretty nice eco behind this. At the same time, it's going to take a little while to catch back up in terms of resources, and right now, Thunderbolt actually has the better army. Thunderbolt is defending, and honestly, great adaptation so far. Siege Workshop is coming in, though, and without Redemption, Chinese could really struggle against this. And there's Ballistics on its way, but you are still going to need an answer to the incoming mangonels.
准备就绪。
准备就绪. Mangonel is on its way. And the nice thing about this army here for running is that it doesn't cost any food whatsoever. So what he can do is not really focus too much on upgrades and really just use all of that food to keep expanding his economy.
Hi.
But yeah, to me, this is the difference between an aggressive FC build and a full-on Phosphor build, right? Is this aggressive FC build gives you an out. It gives you an off-ramp. Oh, that's awkward. But I guess you're still getting both Rathas there. Actually, all three Rathas, wow. What even is a Thunderbolt? Because thunder is the sound. It's a lightning bolt. Yeah, a lot of Ratha have gone to... Oh, looks like I missed a Mangonel hit. I would never miss a Mangonel hit. Not once in my entire life.
Hey.
Yeah. Mango's gonna go down, and Thunderbolt's doing great, guys. Yes. I mean, Thunderbolt... Go, Pikachu! Use Thunderbolt! Well, you do have that trample damage. I mean, Running's Vil count is looking very nice, but he's losing so many resources. The Knight goes down. There aren't any more on the field. It's actually a pretty interesting situation in this game. No gold income at the moment. Isn't that Bohemian Rhapsody?
对呀。
Hey.
Hey.
Could take gold in the back there if you really want to. Third TC coming in as well. Oh! Good micro there from Running. And Thunderbolt still only on the 2 TCs to 3. He's behind by 12 Vils. And all those skirmishers have been cleaned up. Leipzig 1899, oh boy. Or of a lightning strike. Like the hive. Ah! The more you learn. Alright, more skirms coming in. We got some monks. Ratha's getting healed up. Still, the Ratha production is... Oh, 6.6. Oh, man. A Knight in the melee Ratha? One-on-one, it's basically even, because the Knights attack 10% faster than the Ratha do. The Ratha have 1 more melee armor. The difference is, though, that as they scale up even a little bit, the Ratha deal melee damage. I mean, it's like good production, but not like top tier, constant unit production. More expensive? No, Rathas are actually cheaper. Knights are 60 food, 75 gold. Ratha are 60 wood, 60 gold. Although Knights are faster, and obviously built out of a stable. And right now, Running's just chilling. Honestly, pretty reasonable game number 1.
什么？
Running, trying to go for the FC, do a lot of damage, but just able to transition right out of it. He's ahead by 300 resources, which is nice, but nothing, you know, earth-shattering. And this is a really scary army for running, even without really that many upgrades, although Bloodlines is coming in quite nicely. Running also going to be able to grab a second castle before too long. Where's he mining stone? Oh, right there. Huge workshop coming in. Thunderbolt still not on any stone whatsoever. But playing Chinese without an eco advantage does feel pretty bad, as Bengalis are just going to have the better army right now. Oh! That's full-on Gandalf hitting his forehead in bag end level of oh. All right, going to take some gold there at the back. Running does have enough stone to go for a forward castle, and here are the villagers. Nice attack round there. We have a rocket cart coming in. Oh, great attacks there for the rocket cart. But this castle is looking mighty scary. The Skirmy Bros are like way off here in Neptune, not really in a position to do a whole heck of a lot. And again, this is just where Bengalis have a better army. Couple knights here aren't really going to do all that much that's impressive. And especially without many upgrades, Bengalis are, like, the units are just so much better. Thunderbolt isn't stopping the push is how that's going to work out. He's trying to just go for a counterattack. And there is perhaps a world where he's faster to the Imperial Age, but like, you need to not die right now, and the not dying thing seems difficult. It's that classic unique unit plus Mangonel combo. It's really terrifying with a ton of civs. Anything that has a Cav Archer type unique unit. Bengalis, Burmese, Spanish, Koreans. All very scary. Another layer of walls there, but you have to rush up another siege workshop, and it's even on the low ground, which is a little ugly. Da Wei. Wei's a little bit different because you have an archery range-based Cav Archer unique unit. Okay, parking those skirmishers, like, that's a really good position for Thunderbolt.
Hey.
And he does click up to the Imperial Age. Has a couple relics, which ain't half bad. Call the wagon, yeah. Yeah, I mean, he's going to get to a castle pretty soon. Skirms, can they keep away the Rotha long enough? I mean, running has lost 15 vills, guys. Oh, that was a big old cleanup, though. Still, I mean, you're not getting imp anytime soon at the moment. Can the maybe downhill rocket cart? Nope. Oh, and a decent hit there for purple. Running able to keep the skirmishers away from the rocket cart. Now that, okay, yeah, you have the monks there to prevent the conversion. The Mangonel will stay alive. I mean, yeah, I guess he was just trying to go for it at that point. Well, the Hussite is reference to those who followed Jan Hus. Okay, that's a lot of Rotha going down. Can you just get a defensive castle up here in a moment? I don't know, guys. I think Thunderbolt might actually be in a pretty good spot. Like, he's still behind an army. Defensive castle actually going to be trying to build right here at the front, but if that can go up... Good game number one here, that's for sure. Take some gold there to the south. Able to reinforce those walls there. Not the bunker! Rip. John Slow, thank you so much for the raid. Watching some clouding happening here from running, but unfortunately for him, Thunderbolt is doing a good job of defending. And there we go, Imperial Age for Thunderbolt. I mean, yeah, Running spent most of his resources on getting upgrades for, rather, expanding his economy. Not really trying to develop as scary an army as he could, and Thunderbolt's actually done a very good job of, at least lowering the Rotha count so it doesn't get completely out of hand. Anyway, of course, relevant Skirmisher upgrades coming in, and once again, the Skirmisher is the best unit in AoE 2. Yeah, Running selling a lot of resources so we can click up in a moment. I mean, still, it's 4 TCs, 4 Bengalis, 118 Vils. But you do need something anti-skirmisher. Would I even hate onagers here? I don't think so. I mean, honestly, either player could justify onager / heavy rocket cart. Although I think especially for Running, that might be pretty good.
Adesh.
Elephants? Elephants feel like they're easier to counter than either onagers or light cav. Meanwhile, light cav are going to come in here for Thunderbolt, but he's not really making anything other than trash units right now, which is a little concerning, as he's not actually going to be able to get to Running space before Imp comes in. Again, you need some sort of gold unit here. Which, given the stone situation, he can get a second castle in. I would say just go for Chukonu. Maybe he's going to go Cavalier instead. I don't know. Knight, or rather, Cavalier Skirm doesn't really feel very exciting to me. Running isn't going to scoop up that relic, so it will be 3-2 relics in general, or in total, rather. 26 seconds away from Imperial Age's Running. He's going to get another 8 villagers. And Thunderbolt, though, is back to being ahead in terms of resources. Well, I mean, Chinese do have block printing monks, so you can still do pretty well against them. Alright. Light cav upgrades coming in now for Running. He's down to 1 castle, though. So there's Cavalier coming in. It feels like the guy who just switches to a gold army first is going to be winning. Players these days feel so scared to actually make gold units that aren't HCA. But yeah, even those Castle Age Roth are trying to get some nice blast damage in. Yeah, I'm sure Thunderbolt would love to have camels, but that's obviously not how the Civ works anymore. And this is a huge mosh pit over here. The Skirms are trying to volley down the individual Rothas. The Cavalier are here. They have +4 defense, but that castle is being denied right now. Populations are still very even. Army value a little bit ahead here for Gray. And, okay, we got some more Rotha queued up, but again, only 1 castle with which to produce them. And other than that, you're just making light cav, which I don't know if you guys know, are not very good against Cavalier. And this should be very good for Thunderbolt as he's able to replenish with an actual gold unit. And here we go. 2 trebuchets here being brought forward. And that is a huge mop-up of Running, who has nothing to spend his gold on. They can't really invest into Rotha upgrades because he doesn't have multiple castles anymore. Bengali Knight Classic would be a little bit annoying there. But yeah, now we're just going Cavalier Skirm as Thunderbolt, able to take some much more efficient fights, and he is so far ahead in resources destroyed is our Gray player. Yeah, but he couldn't really replenish them, and he's not teching into anything else. That's, like, good. I mean, that's a little bit annoying, of course, but this is just not something you can deal with. Blast Furnace coming in. Now you're just going to go back into Arbs because why go Chuko Nu to make me happy? It doesn't matter. GG is called, and Thunderbolt takes game number 1 in this best of 3. I mean, running is the better player in general, but this game, really good defense from Thunderbolt. He was able to get to Imperial Age, running a lot of stone collected, and yet not really able to make a good Imperial Age transition. He was slower to Imp, was not at all prepared for the Cavalier switch. He had no real military production with which to fall back to, and the Light Cav were just extremely underwhelming there for running. With the scouts? Yep. Just anything you can do to buy time in that situation. Alright, Thunderbolt takes game number 1. Is Chinese over Bengali, so that was the number 1 Civ pick there for Thunderbolt. And they are already getting into game number 2 very quickly. And running is going to go right to the hamster map. But if we consider Thunderbolt to maybe be a little bit better on open maps, because Thunderbolt is kind of hamsterish, and running to be better on closed maps, then game number 1 on Ravines, which is kind of a middle ground map, you know, it's like a semi-open map. The other maps are Jungle Swamp, a very open and aggressive map, and Fortify Clearing, which is sort of a clown map. No, Thunderbolt's a hamster, not running. Anyway, Japanese here for running in the purple to the northeast, and Malay here for Thunderbolt to the southwest. Malay? I mean, what were his other choices? Poles, Italians? I mean, I guess just Malay Eco is so good it doesn't really matter. I like Japanese, but Japanese have a much better mid-game than Malay do militarily. I kind of, like, personally, I would prefer Italians over Malay. But Malay, I mean, Malay still have a really good eco, but it's not like you really go for a big fish boom on this map, so there really isn't anything else. I mean, like, you have Malay eco, which is great, but it's still so open as the game progresses that I like a Civ that has the mobility option. But we saw Malay win a game earlier, so obviously I am not the man with all the answers. I am the man with no name. Zap Brannigan, at your service. Anyway, guys, I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Don't know. I just had to take a quick break. All right, so both players have 2 Fisky Mothers. Running a little bit of idle TC. Whoa, wait, hold on. Hold up there, Buster Brown. That's a forward barracks from running. He is going aggressive.
Apa sasananya, Baginda?
Nani? Hai.
All right, so. Needle Age going to come in nice and quick here for Thunderbolt. He will be able to harass the opposing fishing ships very easily. Lay aggression, yes. Just like the old Mei-Meis. All right. Forward Men-at-Arms here from running. He is certainly not going to let the Malay player sit back and leverage their powerful eco. Kind of getting housed, though, is running, which is a bit awkward, but I guess it doesn't matter too much. All right, Feudal Age is in. And there's going to need to be some good recognition here quite quickly. There's going to be a fire galley on the way, but Thunderbolt does not even have a barracks yet. I bet Thunderbolt is very confused at this point. He's starting to wall over to the edge of the map, but obviously it's not going to be in time for the militia. Although there's only 2 of them. Okay, yeah, there's the 3rd one. And the fire galley will be able to kill all those fishing ships eventually, although the Japanese fishing ships are going to take a while to go down. Anyway, here we go. Yeah, here we go. Even the Scout Cavalry's here to help out, but this is going to be 4 militia. In comes the archery range, and this is going to be a very uncomfortable situation for Thunderbolt to deal with. Japanese infantry coming out swinging. And that is going to be 1 dead Vil almost immediately. He does thankfully have a 2nd lumber camp, and the archery range is on its way. But still a tricky spot no matter how you cut it. Quick balls are coming in, though, from Thunderbolt. Res collected are identical for now. Running, though, able to comfortably take from those deer. Apa sasananya baniga. Alrighty. Now we're going to start to go after the house. You do have arson in as Japanese. That means that house is going to go down, and it's going to go down fast. But you already have archers on the way here for Thunderbolt. Archer coming out back here. Oh, going after the Scout Cavalry. Very well done-ish, almost. Almost very well done. Blacksmith coming up at home here for running. He does have more and more idle TC time coming in, though, so obviously he needs to get a lot of damage done. The 2nd Spearman actually is able to take down the Scout Cavalry, which is actually really important because it's big for blocking. But yeah, already having these archers out is so huge. I guess a tower coming in over there, but right now you need to do more damage as running. Thunderbolt only has 1 fishing ship. Maybe a demo blew it up. That'd be my guess. All right. Fletching now coming in here for purple. Not yet for gray. Still going to be preventing the forge bushes from being collected. And as you can see, it's only 1 fishing ship, so that's not exactly great sustainable food eco. That tower is coming in closer and closer. There's that starting scout still alive, though, for Thunderbolt, which is something. And right now, running is going to continue this pressure. Ray can go ahead and pick up Fletching now, and he really should. There it is, but this is now going to be another scary moment. Look at the timing here, where the infantry and archers are just coming right back over to Thunderbolt as the tower is completed. Going to try and get the enemy villagers between a rock and a hard place, able to utilize the high ground as well, and this could be very scary for Thunderbolt. Able to snag a couple of archers right there. Those Vills are having a bad day. And now you have the Vills going to try and come forward to punch down the tower, but that's where the Men-at-Arms are going to come back home. And this could be looking really ugly here for Thunderbolt. Still on 4 swordsmen. I would love to see +1 defense come in for the infantry, although I guess you could prioritize double bit axe. Can't really complain about that. Another villa is going to go down. 3 villagers killed on each side, and the 3 villagers here essentially were fishing ships. And it's 3 army to 8 in favor of our purple player. Res collected again, basically even. And running, taking the good fights. So much idle time right now for Thunderbolt. Doing a great job of catching his opponent off guard. That archery range is not going to be walled in easily. Bill's trying to take wood over there, as this is just such an ugly situation for Thunderbolt to try and deal with. Nice build from running. Anyway, that's going to be another dead Vill right there. Archery range isn't even fully walled in yet. That's going to be another dead villager. I mean, yeah, this had to get a lot of damage done for running, but it is. It is doing its job. Great aggressive opening. Anyway, Bills are going to punch down this tower. Simply not able to wall it in time is running. Thunderbolt never able to add in any more fishing ships, because guess what? Food income of, or rather the wood income of Thunderbolt has been a little bit choppy, to say the least, with both of his wood lines being pressured. So otherwise, there would probably be, 5 or 6 fishing ships here, and then the eco would be so much better here for Thunderbolt. Anyway, archery range, again, not actually walled in there. Uville lead for Thunderbolt, but much more idle time. Running way ahead now in terms of resources, even with the extra idle TC. That said, the forward villager goes down, so that's a nice snipe for Thunderbolt. But running, look at this, guys, running so much closer to Castle Age. He's able to take some extra hunt, he's able to take his forge bushes, no problem. A little bit of market usage there, and Castle Age should be in before all that long. A choppy right. Oh, jeez. Nice snipe there of the archer. And at this point, all running needs to do is go for Japanese longswordsman, and he'll be good to go. I'm sure that's exactly what he's going to do, guys. I'm confident we won't see any stables go down for running. That would just be silly. Actually, I have no idea what running's doing right now. He has way too many vills on gold. CA. Why would you want to go CA when your opponent has skirmishers? Yeah, Thunderbolt doing at least the very best job he can to take good fights and get his eco running here at this point. That Vill's just stuck. Alright, so I think don't be ridiculous. It's going to be for long swordsman. Oh, I love that Thunderbolt is still trying to wall in the archery range. Nope. That's a barracks, guys. It's 100%. It's net scale mail armor. It's going to be long swordsman. Don't you worry. Any moment now, the long swordsman switch is going to come in. I am not in denial. It's another barracks coming in. Okay, there's Castle Age. 500 more resources for purple. Bunch of knights queued on up. Not even going to finish those walls there. Mark it at the front for gray. This is all just so annoying for him. Oh, those are some downhill hits here from purple. Oh, another dead Vill for Thunderbolt. Mounted longswords. That's the best way you could describe a knight. Alright, more knights queued up. Still not very well upgraded, only the +1 defense for now, but we've got another villager coming forward. Yeah, one of the only positives for Thunderbolt this game was that he was able to snipe the forward Vill. So another one does need to be sent forward for a Siege Workshop or Monastery. Probably Siege Workshop. Alright, knights are charging in over there. Thunderbolt seems to have a good read on his opponent's tech switch and is going archers. Viet Cong swords. I don't think that's the right time frame. Still, good recognition of the forward villager, and yet the knight coming in is going to kind of make that a moot point anyway. Spawn a longsword. Every civ gets a Konik.
Yasakuka Baginda.
Saksananya Baginda.
Well, more dead vills there. You are building up a pretty nice massive ranged units as Thunderbolt, but the skirmishers are not very useful at this point in the game. I mean, happy Castellate here to the Thunderbolt, but his eco is so awkward. I mean, the actual, resources collected isn't that far behind, but again, his efficiency is quite awkward. He's in a very uncomfortable position. Yet he is taking from that gold over there, which is something. He is getting crossbow and bodkin, so he's still able to afford his most critical upgrades. The actual archer numbers are very low still at this point. I mean, you have almost as many knights as you do archers. And those skirmishers are going to be exceptionally unimpressive versus knights. Oh yeah, Running does have too many villagers on wood. Mangonel is on its way as well. Not really anything to deal with that right now either for Thunderbolt, who is getting a monastery. Oh, that one archer being annoying, causing a lot of idling. Still though, the knights have poor upgrades, and there's only 6 of them. Running is trying to add more TCs behind it, and he has a huge Vill lead. There is a stable coming in for Gray. Yeah, negative 10 villager deaths means that, there's actually 10 villager births. There we go. All right, Mangonel is here. It's going to start to work at the TC, but it's not like the TC is going to go down all that fast to 1 Mangonel. And that's going to give you time to get an elephant out. Except you have no food income. Well, buy a little bit of food and make an elephant. Oh no, and there's a hole there as well in the acacia trees. Now, elephant is on the way here for Thunderbolt. Populations are dead even. Although again, Running's eco is going to get significantly better before too long. Elephant is charging forward though. The Muma kill being ready for battle and all that. Monk is halfway in, and it's going to try and block the elephant. Purple doing the best job he can to keep away all of the injured knights, but the Mangonel is still going to go down, have to delete the elephant. That's still a worthwhile trade. And the Crossmen are going to try and launch a counterattack, and you know what? Running is pretty darn open at home. Oh, look at this, and he's even going to avoid the line of sight of the dock. Now, there isn't Town Watch anyway, but yeah, gonna just immediately run into the villagers there. I like the outpost on the side, of course. Honestly, this is a pretty good aggressive map. Personally, I think that it doesn't even need the fish in it at all, but hey, what do you know? 13 more vills here for Running. He's going to be still +1 town center over his opponent, but it doesn't feel like we're just cruising our way to victory. Again, the army quality isn't all that high. Of course, the knights were underwhelming. They weren't longswordsmen. Relics going to start to be picked up here for Running as well. Remember, all the relics on this map are kind of in this jungly area. I think that it might be interesting to kind of do it like Acropolis style, where you have all of the wood is extra wood is in the middle, but there aren't really any deep fish in the water, or maybe just like a few shorefish. Oh boy, Knights are able to finally get the hits onto the archers as they are now stuck, and that is the sort of fight that Running was looking for. He had bloodlines at that point, so that is obviously a critical upgrade. And now he is continuing this pressure over here. The skirmishers are, a more or less ineffective unit entirely. That's what Running was looking for to get a win here in game number 2 and bring us to fortified clearing. Yeah, the improved pathfinding actually did help out Running there, which it should have, because the Knights should have won that fight. Able to find the good surround there. That said, that Mangonel is going to die. now running is ahead by around 500 score. Still has all those knights hanging around.
Swasti.
But Thunderbolt's playing really well, honestly. He's down, but not out. And being down, but... like, being behind, but not falling any further behind is actually really hard to do in AoE 2.
Yep.
Now he's going to just go for another counter-attack. Oh, extra dock line of sight, guys. Was able to see exactly where his opponent's army was, but yeah. Malay team bonus coming in there. Pain Barding Armor is going to be a huge one as well, of course. I don't think Husbandry's in yet. It is not. No Ballistics either. Eco upgrades are low for both players. Mismanaged his eco. Well, his eco was never very well set up for knights, and it seems like the decision to go for a knight transition actually came pretty late, as the stables were only started to be built when he was pretty close to Castle Age. Harbors? I mean, harbors aren't the worst thing in the world on this map, but probably not going to be a factor. Still, got 3 monks here for Thunderbolt, although they aren't here. Stone-free outpost like Ethiopian, something like that. Where are those monks? Okay, yeah, I can see Thunderbolt just retreating here. Would not hate to see either a third TC or a university next. And he's going to opt for the university. And remember, Gray does know about his opponent being on 3 TCs, so this is a very conscious decision. He knows he's already behind in eco, so he's not going to try and catch up on eco. But here we go, guys. Running might just have too much here. His army value is around 33% higher, but the TC does help a lot. A little bit of quick walling shenanigans, and very few units actually die there, so causing a lot of idle TC time is actually A-okay. You're stalling out the game more, you're furthering your economic advantage as running, so that's actually, like, in a fight where only one unit died and it was running's unit, it was a good fight for running. It sounds really weird, guys, but that's actually how that happened. That does technically make sense. Skirms are... Wow, what a Braves decision, Cass is saying you should go Skirms or CA. Gap? Okay, it's going to be light cav. Now, there are a lot of monks here for running. And it's not like you're getting imp anytime soon, so you can still invest into as much cav as you want now as Japanese. Yeah. Classic Japanese elephant. Husbandry is going to be a big one, of course. And now a Siege Workshop coming in for Thunderbolt. Again, he is taking that much more aggressive approach. He knows he's down in eco. He is saying it is time to make something happen. Colonialism? Well, Indonesia / Malaysia was never really colonized by the Japanese. It was just more of a military occupation. Obviously neither is good for the locals, but there is a difference. Nipponavant. Alright, guys, this is going to be a huge fight. Crossbone are a little bit out of position, so are the monks. Running sees his opportunity here. Oh, and even some light cav coming in from the back. This should... What? Oh, no! Oh, the bottleneck! Okay, it still shouldn't matter. Well, I mean, the Japanese committed war crimes everywhere they went. But yes, the Bataan Death March was the Philippines. That was one of the most famous examples. Anyway, great fight there for running. Cleans up absolutely everything with his cavalry army here. And that should be enough to get him that win and bring us to fortified clearing. And the saves for fortified clearing, by the way, guys, would probably be Poles versus Turks or maybe Georgians, which could be interesting. No. Whoa, Thunderbolt does click up to Imp, but he just lost his entire army, so it's kind of a moot point. Hello, Obsidian Arrows. Yeah, I mean, you just don't have enough dudes at this point. Your dudeometer is just absolutely bottoming out. And GG called. Honestly, a good game. Thunderbolt really tried to make it work despite having his eco completely thrown off in the early game, but ultimately just not quite able to make that happen.
Yeah.
And Running able to get a win. And that was on Thunderbolt's home map. That is the Malay losing to the Japanese. So now it is going to be Georgians Turks or Poles Italians. Now, theoretically, all 4 of these civs could get played. Poles Turks is the most obvious matchup. But how would you want to think about this if you're either player? Because, let's see, they're in the lobby. If I am running, would I really want to run Turks into Poles? Yeah, I think that would be fine. Although I'd still be really worried about Pole eco and being able to expand away from my opponent. I think that Turks versus Italians could be a really tricky matchup for Turks, as condos can be very good against the low eco gunpowder stuff, and then Genoese crossbowmen are obviously a very strong unit against Turks all around in the late game. If you're running, do you go Georgians versus Poles, where I think Georgians are probably pretty good against Poles? Monaspa feel like something Poles don't like dealing with. Svan Towers as well. At the same time, Italians could do something very aggressive against Georgians, but they also might struggle against Georgians in the late game. But on a map like Fortified Clearing, Georgians are going to be very good at stalling. It's an interesting matchup, though. It's one of those situations where both of the remaining civs are, at least you can argue for them. You can make a reasonable argument for them. I'd still say that the most likely is just Poles Turks, though. I mean, that's a reasonable assessment, Cassis. Again, there are options. And as expected, all of this analysis is a moot point because Running is going to be in the purple as the Turks to the west, and to the east in the gray as the Poles. It's Thunderbolt. So they're still just going with their 2 strongest civs here in a vacuum on the closed map. Azuj. So, how aggressive is Running going to go here? Because I feel like Poles want to make the game as passive and boomy as possible. Just get to late game, get to your huge eco, and then grind down the Turks. That said, Poles are not the happiest civ in the world to deal with Turk cav archers, but you might have just such a huge eco advantage that probably doesn't matter that much. On the other hand, Poles are a good tower rushing civ, and Turks are not a civ that really like being tower rushed because they want to skip feudal age as often as they can. So there really are some interesting dynamics here at play. This is also a map that feels like it has a lot of gold and a lot of stone, so that makes Turks very happy. Turks have significantly better castle age aggression. So I think that actually the most sensible play would actually be Tower Rush with Thunderbolt. Poles have an answer to Jans. I mean, I think that if the Janissaries are stuck at home because you're Tower Rushing, then yeah, it's not great. Otherwise, Poles are just going to try and boom and defend as best they can and get to a fast Imperial Age with their sick eco. You don't think running should play scouts? Winged Hussars, because people love their Winged Hussars and their, you know, Sabaton stuff.
Hazır. Evet.
Yeah, Winged Hussars are a silly unit. The Flappy Bird Hussar. Right, so we got some walls already coming in for running. Again, I don't see any world where running does anything other than an FC. And even, I don't know, do you just go light cav here as running? If I'm not getting tower rushed, I feel like if you're not getting tower rushed, Turks are just going to want to play this aggressive. But if you are getting tower rushed, and I'm pretty sure he's getting tower rushed because there's only 2 vills on wood, then I think you can justify just trying to boom and defend. It was 5 years ago? Tragedy. Well, CA is almost always the best late game option for Turks. Janissaries aren't really all that good anymore, except as an aggressive castle unit. Yeah, it's going to be for a tower rush from Thunderbolt, which I do think is the correct play. Turks don't like dealing with this. Hey, T-West.
Witajcie.
We got 8 fills on wood here.
Gotowa jest.
8 fills on wood is too much for a tower rush, though. Huh?
Gotowa jest.
Right? I think. Now we're sending vills.
Rozkazania.
Gather from the forge bushes. Thunderbolt needs a moment.
Witajcie.
It's not just a feudal boom, is it? Why would you feudal boom against Turks? That just sounds silly. Perhaps. It is possible, but I feel like you'd still just rather go FC. Oh, sorry about your knee injury, TUS. All right, so there is a barracks coming in. And, I mean, this can certainly be annoying. But I still find this whole situation really odd. Yeah, bring your Vill over to help out running. Or not. Never mind. Alright, he's fine.
Evet.
And now with Lumen, we're going to trade evenly. This feels weird. Okay, so running is still going up very fast, which you can't blame the guy for doing that,
Emret.
considering how fast his opponent is up. But it's Why are we just going scouts like it's an open map? What?
Evet.
Evet.
What?
Chark.
Why is he going for another full Vark? I guess just as a house replacement, but you need to spend that wood on getting farms down right now. What? Running is probably just as... You're not tower rushing now, are you? No way. I'm so lost, guys. Huh? Now he's... Okay, I think he thought better against it, but... Oh, boy. Blacksmith coming in now. Stable there at the back. Running is just playing about as safe as he reasonably can, given his opponent's very odd opening, so he's doing just fine. Running just playing very safe, which, again, I don't blame him for doing in this somewhat bizarre situation. And now all the vills have been pulled off stone, so there's just indecision happening here. Klowski's, oh yeah. That's true. Anyway, Stonewall's coming up here on the side. But Running is going to easily be able to add an extra TCs ahead of his opponent. I mean, he'll still likely get a decent enough castle age time thanks to the power of pulls, but this could be so much better for him. Anyway, Running was able to snipe the scout that was inside of his own base. His two vills long distance stone mining here to work towards the 3 TCs. Still 4 vills on gold here, so I guess you're just gonna try and get up to castle age as quickly as you can afterwards. Honestly, maybe just put some vills back on stone and go for a 4 TC boom. That might just be the best possible situation. Yeah, it is a 0 out of 10 full Vark, isn't it? Anyway, extra TC and a monastery coming in. Running is just playing as safe as possible. Just thinking, what the heck is my opponent doing? Anyway, this is the unfortunate disadvantage now of light cav being slower than scout cavalry, because you can't kill this scout and you're going to lose the light cav to the enemy scout cavalry. Well, this was the first fall Vark, so this is the improperly placed one, which should be a couple tiles this way. At least this one is correctly placed. Dang. But yeah, I'm Thunderbolt now. I just go for a 4 TC boom and hope for the best. The issue is that in doing that, it's going to be difficult to prevent the Turk player from getting a bunch of relics, which doesn't really feel great either. Okay, so more scouts are queued up at the very least. You can see there's an almost full HP light cav here to the south.
Gotowa jest. Tak.
Unless he's trying to, like, wall in his opponent from the other side. I guess outposts over there. But this is obviously the weaker side of your defenses than the full stone walls. I think running is just playing extremely safe because he's not too sure what his opponent is doing. Alright, there's an extra TC and a monastery. Eco upgrades, light cav upgrade. So, Thunderbolt is trying to transition this into a more boomy game. And he is ahead in resources right now. Oh, I'm sorry about that, Old Man Willow. Evet. But yeah, where running is going to have a lead, though, is in picking up those relics. And if your general thought process is, okay, I'm Turks, I just want to get to late game versus Poles, I think that's honestly reasonable enough here for running. Into light cap? Well, I do think he needs that third TC at this point. Because Thunderbolt's going to drop his own third TC before too long. He doesn't have a market, which is a little bit of poor eco management from him, to be honest. He has too many vills on gold right now. Well, running is going to get at least 2 relics. Alright, third TC is coming in faster for Thunderbolt. Who's still making light cap, by the way. Husbandry coming in for running, though. Second stable for running. What? I thought he'd just try and boom and go to late game and go cav archers. So maybe running has played overly safe at this point. I think running is really worried as to what Thunderbolt's doing aggressively when Thunderbolt isn't doing anything aggressively except just making some light cav and trying to play for relics. Yeah, could be for some 2TC aggression. Although, it is going to be a little bit delayed, right? Because Thunderbolt still has map control at this point. Yeah, now he's making some camels. I'm sorry, Boom, what were you saying? You were saying something? Well, there's one light cav here to the north for purple, and there was one light cav to the south as well, but I think all the relics are gone. Except that one, I guess. Nice snipe there from running. 2 relics now for each player. I love the outpost to the side for Thunderbolt. A tease a center. I mean, Thunderbolt's eco is going to be getting very far ahead, because again, Poles are literally one of the best eco civs in the game, and Turks are like a bottom 6 or 7 eco civ. Lots of full varking. Okay, now a 4th TC. Huh? Okay, where are the light cav? Anyway, very well done there for running. That's the sort of fight you're looking for. Both players do have husbandry, but the light cav are still a little faster than the camels. Plays badly or badly plays. I think that one's placed well. Yeah, it really just feels like running is saying, I am the better post-imp player on closed maps, and he's just trying to get there as safely as humanly possible. Wheelbarrow just now coming in for running. It's still not even in yet for Thunderbolt, which is also a mistake at this stage in the game, who has also completed his 4th town center. Relic situation is now 3-2 in favor of running, and he's going to be getting a 4th one as well. I mean, he's behind in eco, and by a lot, as one would expect given the Civ matchup and the game development so far. Nice conversion there for Thunderbolt. Go, Raichu. Hit him with a Thunderbolt.
Hazır.
I don't know why Lieutenant Surge sounds like a freaking thug, man. Yeah, I mean, Thunderbolt's going to click up faster because he's way ahead in resources. $1,800 more collected. I mean, he could win with the timing. Running is going to probably be on 5 relics to 3, because remember, there are 8 relics on this map for some reason. Forward Stonewall there on the side. I just don't think you can play this safe against a Civ that is so good with Imperial Age timings. Oh. Oh, there are not... What? Oh, okay, yeah. Ladder version has 8 relics. The TTL version has 9 relics. Yeah, that's why. That said, Thunderbolt isn't really being all that aggressive here. He is still afraid of his opponent's camels and monks, so he's going to be playing it a bit safer. Anyway, the relic difference is likely going to be minimal, but late game, Turks are a Civ that need gold a lot more than Poles are, so Turks still working with 5 relics is really good. Handcart's now in here for running. I mean, he's not too far away from Imperial Age, but it's a bit odd. Going for a forward castle when you're going for TCs is a little weird. He's definitely not going to be imp faster. I mean, yeah, this castle is not destined for great things. Running doesn't even have the other building to click up to imp, so he needs the castle. Some trigonometry, oh boy. Okay, yeah, so he's going to go for the Cav Archer play. Look how far back these ranges are. That's a really far away range. Handcart and Iron Casting coming in. Stable to the far north of the map. Huh. Is that last relic coming in for purple? Yeah, it is. Shocking play from Thunderbolt? Really? You're not really going to go pull CA on me, are you, Thunderbolt? After getting Schlachta privileges? There you go, Arbs, dude. Your opponent's showing a lot of camels. Alright, now it's going to be purple who's walling the north and gray who's walling the south, although that walling attempt seems to be denied. Light production has started, and Running is going to try and get to Camel plus Cav Archer, which, yes, is a very strong army composition. Against a Civ like Poles. Obviously, this castle is going to survive long, and even the light Cav running in here from Thunderbolt going to get some nice value. Yeah, Schlachta's in. Okay, yeah, it's going to be going Arb. Alright, Running is now in Lodge du Imperial. Japan CIA. "40 farms? Oh yeah, he still has too many on wood. But he has a lot of buildings and infrastructure he needs to make, so it's not really that big of a deal right now. Expensive? Not really. It's actually still cheaper than Running's Camel plus Cav Archer combo. Bombard cannons coming in. Heavy Camel on its way as well. Mass Nori. Getting both forward walls. Yeah, he's getting the forward wall over here. He's getting a forward wall over here. This secures that gold, which is essential. And the north one is already being taken by purple. Stone is over here as well, but this is where the Schlachta Privilege Cavalier come in, which are now fully upgraded. A rare sight? Yeah, I know. I've been taking the last several days. Or I've not streamed as much over the past several days. Market just now on its way, actually, for Thunderbolt. Thankfully, Poles lost guilds. Well, that's enough Cavalier to kill camels. How am I doing? Still, in theory, Camel Cav Archer should be better than Cavalier Arm by a lot. Versus camels? No, not even close. Again, oh no. These are so mean to each other. That's so the upgrades aren't all in here yet. These are both Siege Ram Sibs, for what it's worth. Siege Engineers being in here as well, and Thunderbolt's going to be going forward. His score is way higher, but that's just because, again, Pole Eco is silly. And it's all about running to actually develop this army comp. Again, he's getting CA, he's getting more camels. He needs them both. Archer armor, so you're going to get that 6 Pierce armor in just a moment, but that castle is going to go down. Tapahi's on the way. Did you run and grab Conscription? No, not yet. There's Flappy Bird Hussar as well. Honestly, you don't even need Winged Hussars yet. Just go Cavalier Arb. And Turk's guy, because the Poles guy was up to Imp significantly faster. Anyway, Legitic Legacy is incoming. Here we go, guys. No +4 defense even in yet on the camels. Is this going to be a good enough fight for running? I don't think so whatsoever. There just aren't even any cav here. I mean, still, the CA are good, except you have no castles yet, and Sapahi was canceled. Another victim of cancel culture. And that's a lot of gold you lost, and all 5 of your relics have been injected. Your market's also going to go down, which ain't great for running. That's so many camels dying, and now there are 20 Winged Hussars queued up with full upgrades. Well, it doesn't have crop rotation yet, which is very disappointing. Well, Bombards are being taken down. I mean, Turks are a way better civ in the late game. 62 Vils on gold. Now we're getting to Hussar plus CA. You don't need that many camels either. Now, there are basically no siege units out for running. And he's going to need to replace both the monastery. Okay, he's replaced the monastery, and he needs to replace the market, which hopefully he has done somewhere. And I think we could just be getting into a situation where Turks are just a better post-imp civ than Poles are. Yeah, I don't know why Thunderbolt, 1, switched into Hussars, and 2, just didn't have a ton of Cavalier at the front. Like, he was raiding a bit with the Cavalier to the north, but again, he needed something with the Arbs. You can't just leave the Arbs alone, because the Cav Archer is going to trade very effectively against them, even without Sapahi or HCA. Doesn't matter. Cav Archers with 6 Pierce armor are very tanky. Alright, now the castle trying to come in here for our Poles player. I also really don't love the idea of spamming castles with Poles here and not Bombard Towers, as Bombard Towers are one of the best ways to slow down the Turks. I mean, you don't even have crop rotation yet, though, which is a really nice one for Poles in late game. Get 55 food with every farm you place. I mean, for both players, this is actually a Bombard Tower matchup. I mean, the castle is up, but it's already being bombard cannoned. That's a verb.
Hazır.
Gold being taken to the south. In fact, running is probably oversaturating his gold a little bit, but that's probably not that hard to do when you're Turks and you know you need a lot of gold in the late game. Yeah, he's got HCA on its way. Still no castle, though, to get to Spahi. Well, Bombards are going to try and pick off the Arbs. And remember, you do get that extra Pierce Armor on your Turk Hussars. Addiction to Bombard Towers? I don't have addiction. I can stop any time I want. I just don't want to stop here. Or at least don't want these players to stop Bombard Towering. But yeah, now the macro from Thunderbolt is starting to come online. 42 Arbs, and it's just all about that Winged Hussar Meat Shield. That still doesn't have crop rotation because, you know, make me sad. Addicted to AOC civs? No, I'm also addicted to AOC civs. Okay, more gold going to be collected over there. There's a little bit more gold here to the south. No other mineral resources, though, so the fighting on the side will be here to the north. And to be fair, all of this Bologna has been cleaned up. There's another stone there as well. Both of the neutral stones are in the north of the map, which is currently secured by running. Anyway, guys, here we are. Again, no Sipahi yet. Otherwise, all these units are fully upgraded. Defensive castle in now for running. He never got conscription. Oh, that's huge. Okay, now Sipahi's coming in, but obviously if you're both ramming units into each other, conscription's a pretty big deal. Yeah, Lage-Stick Legacy's in. Again, other than Sipahi, all the upgrades are in on both sides. Still, the defense is starting. You have some Bombards able to push back the Arbs. Oh, this is really interesting, guys. It's been a weird game. Don't get me wrong, but it's at least a very interesting game. But a very good series all around. I mean, again, running has this northern area secure. It's still a good push from Thunderbolt, and I really wouldn't hate a Siege Ram swap as well. I also really want to see crop rotation. Bombard Towers. I don't giggle. Hey, Eldwin. I mean, he is going for that Ram switch, which is exactly what I asked for. I don't know, though. I actually think running wins this in the long run. Artillery coming in. Sustainable farming practices? I know, it's really weird since I'm from Illinois. Well, he does, but the wood income isn't quite there for that. Actually, 116 bills is kind of low for Poles. Poles like trading units constantly, and for that you need a high eco. Whereas Turks are a civ that generally have very low unit turnover, so you want more army, eventually. Oh no, the villagers! The battle engineers just getting mowed down. Yeah, a few camels here to help deal with Hussar raids. Capped rams are queued up, but again, I do actually think it's just a mistake to not have crop rotation. It's such an insane late game upgrade for Poles. The danger bait, they should, man. They really should. Anyway, guys, I'm not saying that Turks with another 3,500 stone shouldn't just go for mass bombard towers because it's really good at just stalling and buying time, but I'm also not saying it. If you know what I mean. But look at this. The cap rams have punched through to the north, and there isn't a whole lot here. In fact, that mill is having a real bad time of things. Get conscription? No. Oh, thank goodness. Lemon bars? Yes, I do. Winged Hussar is going to try and go for the bombard cannons, but are not successful. And now the army value is just getting huge for running, even though this is a very strong push to the north. No BBTs? No, Thunderbolt now goes Mom Mortaras. I really don't see what you guys find so confusing about this. Anyway, that castle's now under a ton of pressure. No hoardings in either. Just a couple arbs flattened there, nothing too crazy. Just fly over the walls, why not? Okay, kind of that mix of camels plus hussars at this point. And they're at least gonna trade sort of well, but not quite that well. Up the tower, a lot of heavy lifting. Well, I mean, a lot of the gold miners have run out, and now stone is going to be taken here to the north for Thunderbolt as well. How to create Bombard Tower? If only. Anyway, the KD obviously comically in favor of running. And the res, although behind, aren't actually that far behind. I mean, Gray gathering these extra resources is really nice. But these castles are going to start to go down as well. I mean, there are 3 castles in the middle of the map, and you still have a little bit of stone income, but right now, guys, things are looking better and better for running. I mean, you'd still like to have some sort of meat shield against the Winged Hussars, because that blast damage, or trample damage rather, is really good! Ahem. A fine hit! Oh my goodness, guys, that was cray-cray. Ah, this is a good map for sure. Alright, we're at 4 bombard cannons, which is decent, but not amazing. And now look at this, running still able to keep things under control to the north. Yeah, murder hose. Well, those camels are going to get mega killed. Oh my god, 2 for 1 there. Castle being built here to the north, running honestly missing a bunch of university upgrades. But there's guilds. Oh man, guys. Turks flexing guilds over poles. Yeah, artillery's in. All the upgrades for these units are in. 45 wall, that's also how you do things. Here to the south, things are completely peaceful and also in favor of running. He's going to have a lot more eco that he's building up over here, and there is just no good way of pushing that. I do think that the gold lead is way too big. Resources destroyed heavily in favor of running. And if you look at the gold collected overall, it's actually also heavily in favor of running. So he's both been more efficient and has had more gold collected. Yeah, again, although the relic numbers are basically even, it's the fact that Turks have 5 relics, and they just are, you know, one of, if not the best civs with gold. I really think there was just, when this push was happening over here, it was looking a little bit tricky for running, but there just wasn't the Cavalier or Winged Hussar meat shield that there needed to be. Anyway, it's an okay-ish fight there for Thunderbolt, but you can just see that the Q is going to be significantly better here for purple, although this castle is just going to go down. Just Hussars with Cav Archer meat shield. I mean, you don't have Halbs as poles, and you don't have Pikemen as Turks. These are not 2 civs that really want to rely on infantry units at all at this point. Okay, an okay-ish bombard cannon hit there. And, I mean, Gray's still mining stone. And he gets a little bit of extra gold from it, too. And Poles, yes, they do need significantly less gold, in fact, than Turks do. Pollution. Oh, the Captram! Go get him, Captram! I still think that the Running's army quality is likely way too high. Is the map out of gold yet? Nah, I mean, there's 1,600 gold left. And it's all right here, I think. Yeah, this is the last remaining gold on the map. Thunderbolt has access to it, as well as the extra stone he's going to generate from the stone miners there. He still doesn't have crop rotation because he likes to watch me die a little bit inside. Anyway, very back and forth game, but things still favor running. Yeah, there's still all this stone left too. 1,600 of it. Yeah, look at this queue here. It is a lot better here for running. And now this castle is under threat. There are 6 bombards with 1 more on the way coming in, and that is going to be very difficult to deal with. Does the Siege Ram beat a Cav Archer in a direct fight? That is a great question. I have no idea. I don't think so, because the Siege Ram deals 1 damage, what is it, every 5 seconds? Whereas the Cav Archer deals 1 damage every 1.8 seconds. So you're over twice as fast, although you have over twice as much HP for the Siege Ram. Yeah, they both deal 1 damage to each other. That's a great question. All right, Hussar's doing a little bit of raiding there, but you can see Thunderbolt's population is dropping. He's actually almost sub 100 villagers. Yes, Running's gold is getting a little bit low. Again, Gray has control of the north right now. I'd like to see him actually gather the stone, and also I'd love to see crop rotation, but we don't always get what we want in life now, do we? Oh, gotta be careful. I guess only a couple of arbs died. There's still a decent amount of stone left. That Treb is going to go down. Oh, was that 5 or so more arbs dying? There are 13 arbs on the way. But all of these fights have definitely been in favor of purple when it comes to cost efficiency. 49 Hussars are in the queue. So even if your Hussars are worse, because Pole-Wing Hussars are insanely good. Yeah, that volley's going to do it. And that castle has fallen. Another castle! Yeah, everything's fully upgraded. Another bit of a splat there onto the Arbalests, but only 150 population now for Thunderbolt. The Q4 running is simply too good. The res collected have even up in the late game, and that is awful for Poles. The Poles should have a late game resources collected lead against almost every single civ in the game. Except maybe like Georgians or Khmer, perhaps. Yeah, only 52 on food. You generally want more than that. And there is the GG, well played, good luck next, as Running is simply able to overwhelm his opponent. 288 Hussars versus 442, but the numbers were simply not good enough. The trades were way too efficient for the Turks player. 1.48 KD there is pretty darn good. And look at that, just super far ahead in gold by 4,000, and of course it's all down to that efficiency. Yeah, Slavs are up there as well. But yeah, that was a really close series and very well done. Well played by both. Yeah, really fun game. It was weird at the start, but they figured it out eventually. Outrun a Thunderbolt if you're super good. All right, so Andy versus Prisma is in 15 minutes. That is going to be a good series, I think. And it will be the last series of the day. Seedram beats a Cav Archer. All right, guys. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready? Who is going to take this most epic of duels? All right. Post imp, we'll make it. Okay, Vikings have fully upgraded, but generic siege rams. I'll make myself post imp, and who has fully upgraded? Saracens do. Here we go. Oh! Oh, you have to make a trigger. Otherwise, the seed ram will just run away. So these are generic fully upgraded. Yep, both are fully upgraded. I'll be right back, guys. No, we cannot up the game speed. Alright, sorry guys. I hope you're enjoying this peak AoE 2 experience. Yeah, I don't think the Georgian one could possibly lose. Also, I need to pay out those who went with the Siege Ram. Oh, no, everyone went with the Siege Ram. It feels like a regular Ornlu cast. I don't know, guys. I think Turks might win. I don't know. Ramsey cap archers would not cost efficiently. That's good. Well, the Ram easily wins versus the Skirm. Well, I mean, without micro. Obviously, all of these units win easily without micro. Oh, I don't know, guys. It's close. I think the CA wins, though. HP! Oh my goodness, finally, the age-old answer. Oh my goodness. That's pretty funny. We have to run it again. Alright. What did you say? I watched a Siege Ram and a Cav Archer face each other. Alright. YouTube shorten that? Yeah, maybe. It'd be really funny if these were Rex and Daniela's been like casting the series this whole time and no one told me. Okay, good. Good. How long did it take? I mean, it took a while. Alright, guys, I have to do this. Oh, I love doing insurance stuff. Alright. You have a draft yet? Nope. But it felt like days. Some even might say years or millennia. Oh boy. Still nothing? Yeah, Danielle still got nothing. Well, let's finish Geoguessr then. On each side. I mean, it's been a pretty lousy game of Geoguessr as is. Oh no, you're up somewhere. This is aggressively European. La Lisa! One of my crushes? Oh no, I think it's in German. Yeah. But I don't know where we are. Mind and Zvettel. Rosendorf, Perne, Grabs, Geras. I have no idea of any of these. I mean, it's German for sure, but... I mean, it's not the places that I was near when I was near Dresden. I don't remember. There's Weissel. Oh, here's Gmund. Okay, it is Austria. Take the 34. Yeah, I'm running out of time. Yeah, I just ran out of time to narrow it down more. We were in Scenic. What the heck is the name of this place? Raumhofen? I guess. Oh, Horn. Horn is well known for its Sommerakademie, an international summer academy for arts and culture that draws students and teachers from across Europe. Anyway, we still had a pretty lousy game. We did poorly in Indonesia and in Latin America. Even if we did okay in Hungary, Austria, and not terrible in Turkey. Okay, we can do our grid. All right. Does not have bloodlines, has a bonus affecting eco-unit food collecting rate, has access to a regional ship, unique tech that gives extra melee armor. Effective civ bonus varies in ages and has a full blacksmith tech tree. I feel like this is probably the rarest because there has been no civ since African Kingdoms, so technically get a full blacksmith tech tree. So full blacksmith tech tree, food, collecting rate bonus. Britons. Regional ship. Can't be Byzantines with Drummonds. It can't be Huns with Drummonds. It can't be Goths with Drummonds. Oh, Chinese, because of Lochuans. Any tech that gives extra melee armor. Portuguese. Alright, so... not have bloodlines. Unique tech that gives extra melee armor. This can be way. Still nothing there. Teutons have bloodlines. Khazars have bloodlines. Kirby's have bloodlines. Bulgarians have bloodlines. Tatars have bloodlines. Inca, yeah. They might be the only one. Okay, so regional ship does not have bloodlines. This can be the shoe. Effective sip bonus varies in ages. Woo. Do all 3 kingdoms. Vikings don't have a regional ship. Okay, so food collecting bonus. This can be Japanese. And this can be Franks. That was a tricky one. Yeah, there were a lot that only had very few answers. Oh yeah, Supremacy also giving the extra melee armor. Yeah, it's a good one. And yellow, what's happening? Ah! Prisma hasn't responded yet. Uh-huh. To our GeoGrid. Alright, guys, remember, we get points for how obscure the country is. The French is an official language and a high HDI. Ooh. New Caledonia? Booyah! Oh, sorry guys, I'm getting a call. Alright. So, big country with a high HDI. Denmark. Darn it. Probably doesn't count Greenland. Nope, not Colombia. Eh, decent one. Probably aren't going to be that many countries, though. Flag with an animal and a high HDI. Could it be the legendary? Oh, it doesn't have enough HDI. Oh, or it doesn't have enough people. How about the Pitcairn Islands? Oh, it doesn't have any data for HDI. Oh, they don't have an animal on it. Alright, if Prisma hasn't responded, I'm just gonna head off soon. Maybe if I put... Oops, I'm hitting the wrong buttons. They don't have enough HDI, probably. Guess St. Helena doesn't. And he gets an admin win for game 1. Okay, we can go back to that one. French is an official language in Africa. Comoros. Big country in Africa, so it would probably be just the country that is the closest to over 1 million square kilometers. That would be the rarest answer. So let's try and get one that's close. Nope, not Nigeria. Yeah, Ethiopia. Well, Congo would definitely be it, but again, we want to get as the rarest answer possible. Flag with an animal in Africa. Trying to think which African countries have an animal in their flag. Not many do. That one I don't know at all. That can be the Central African Republic. Big country that borders Spain? Spain has an animal? There's an animal on there? Also, it was a common one, but I didn't know anything better. Is there a lion in there? I guess there's a lion in there. I just didn't know any other answer to begin with. Borders 5 countries. Iran? Yeah, Iran. Flag with an animal, borders 5 countries. I forgot Zambia had one. But there are probably only a few answers here. Poland does not have a flag with an animal on it. Does Albania border 5 countries? No. Serbia probably does, yeah. They have an eagle. Yeah. We did okay. We got below 100, which is usually my goal. But let's see what the rarest possible answers were. Montserrat. Freaking Montserrat, man. I guess Niger must be just above the 1 million kilometers. Colombia, I guess, borders 5 countries. Montenegro, Guinea. Africa? Ceuta and Melilla. Yep. Okay, well, we have a draft now, I guess. Andy gets a game 1 admin win, though, so it literally doesn't matter what Shoals. Shoals doesn't matter. In the Caribbean? Yes, it is. Saint Martin and Guadeloupe and probably some other ones I'm forgetting. St. Bart's is British, though, I think. And Pacific Oceans? You betcha. The spirit of the game. Well, it's tough when it's supposed to just be as obscure as possible, but they also count non-UN member states. Oh, that's not right. Alright, so game number 1 is going to be on Acropolis. Romans or Jurchens versus Mongols, Georgians. Mongols or Georgians. And for Pacific Islands, I guess Koreans or Vikings, and then Bengalis. Because again, game 1 is just not played. Because of the admin win. Oh, little corgi. What happened? Andy got an admin win because Prisma was late. All right, Prisma's down in the lobby. Yeah, he was late. I mean, the match was supposed to start 25 minutes ago. All right, I mean, again, Romans or Jurchens versus Mongols or Georgians. All right. Minute and 18 seconds. No, it was an admin loss. All right, let me set up the scoreboard. This could just be the last game of the day. Prisma was late. All right. Oh, man. We have the literal correct colors, though. Look at this, guys. Andy's going to be the orange as the Mongols to the northwest. And to the southeast in the yellow as the Jurchens, it's Prisma. We literally have the Into China Civ color combo. Let's do it. Alrighty, so still glad we can cast at least one more game today. The last series between Running and Thunderbolt was really good. Hopefully this one can live up to it, even though we don't get to see shoals at all. So let's see what Jurchens have in store, because they are going to be slower than Mongols, but you do actually have the advantage in an extended feudal age, because neither of you really have civ bonuses at that point. And Jurchens are, they have the attack speed bonus, right? So their scouts actually win head-to-head in an extended feudal age. In Castle Age, I have no idea whose wins between, like, the Mongol Steppe Lancers and the Jurchen Steppe Lancers, but the Mongol ones are going to be more well-rounded because they have more HP, which is generally more useful for a melee unit. Especially a fast one. All right, Prisma coming forward. It's kind of interesting, like, design-wise, because you have the... In a lot of ways, you have the Cumans, who are sort of like the steppe nomads that settled in Europe. You have the Tatars, who are the steppe nomads that settled in Central Asia, and the Jurchens, who are the steppe nomads who settled in East Asia. And each kind of having some sort of distinct aspect to them that makes sense in that regard. Humans have paladins. Tatars have, you know, good camels. They have gunpowder. And then Jurchens have, well, like the Chinese-style gunpowder, so to say. And the best defenses. And then you have Tetons, who are, like, kind of there. Who are basically Mongols and Huns with a different set of civ bonuses. Proto-Mongols, they're more of cousins to the Mongols. They existed simultaneously. Well, before and simultaneously. Uncle Mongols? Yeah, basically. Most basic steppe civ? Yep. Well, Huns are less of a steppe civ and more of a barbarians civ. Franks and Burgundians? Yeah, something like that. But the thing is, the Khitans are also representing more settled peoples, so it's not just steppe nomads. Cannot be considered steppe. Different civ? You mean like they've already done? You could reasonably have Mongols represent all of the civs I just mentioned. Except Jurchens, who I think, at least within the into China, I think still representing them as Chinese makes a lot more sense. Anyway, Feudal Age is on the way for both. Andy is going to be clicking up a little bit sooner. Andy's got the fishing ships. And with 4 fishing ships, I feel like Prisma just has to get a lot done here. Like Tatars and Cumans. I think the issue is that Tatars and Cumans are not very popular in the West, except for Tamerlane. Whereas, like, aren't very well known. Cumans especially are, like, no one knows who the Cumans are, unless you specifically are from or study that part of the world. Represented by Mongols? Yes, but they are their cousins in a way. I think that I wouldn't be surprised if they stuck with mostly pop history stuff. I think with Return of Rome, with Chronicles, with Three Kingdoms, I think they want to stay with stuff that's already very popular. Even though I think that AoE is a great way to get people interested about history, and I think that's something that Forgotten Empires actually has done quite well, is getting people interested in the more obscure parts of history. Those Ensemble absolutely just latched onto the most pop history stuff possible. Which again, I mean, it was a different era. Anyway, Andy's going to come in here with a tower rush, but he doesn't have a stable or an archery range. I'm a little confused. I mean, this is a great tower location, but the defensive tower will come in here as well. In places. Oh no! It's a trap! Times and places. I think that it's still very important to be able to tell an interesting and unique story via a civilization design and a campaign design when it comes to adding a new civ. It's just, there are definitely ways you can do that in the Middle Ages, right? Plenty of civs in the Americas you could add. Or at least several civs you can add in the Americas. There are plenty of civs you could add in Africa. If you really wanted to, you could do a Balkans DLC too. Anyway, that tower is canceled. But Andy can replace it somewhere else. But the thing is, with this zone, so to say, denied by the defensive tower of Prisma, you can't actually build a tower that denies both lumber camps. So I actually don't mind Prisma finishing this tower for that reason. You can see Andy's actually just going to be going home and building a defensive tower. And that's exactly the case. Stable coming in for him as well. But remember that the Jurchen Scouts have the advantage. Nice kill there, though, for FreakinAndy. And another nice kill. Great micro from Andy. Yeah, because if you don't have any wood to gather, then you're probably having a very bad time. You're probably very sad. Hello, Dash. He is just lying underneath my chair. Or under my desk, rather. Anyway, 6 scouts to 3 in favor of Andy. I mean, he just got those 2 kills on the enemy scouts. He's just been producing more units than his opponent. And really, this just comes down to the fact that he's already gathered so much food from the middle, man. It feels like you need to be the aggressor if you're not taking water. But Prisma isn't the aggressor. And again, I freaking love how Acropolis is a hybrid map. But yeah, it just feels like Andy can sort of have his cake and eat it too. He's not even had to start farming yet. Feels a bit rough. You have the archer production started now. honesty and fun storytelling. Oh, of course, and like that is still a balance you need to strike, but the point was that you can find a way to do that with plenty of medieval age historical content without having to go, you know, doing ancient era stuff, basically. You don't need to go to the Romans or to the Three Kingdoms and stuff like that. You can still make good stories otherwise. Well, Prisma has all his scouts over here, and Andy is going to lose a scout of his own. But got plenty of army here from Andy. And he's still in a great spot to apply pressure, as he's just been able to take 4 fishing ships and gather from the middle with complete impunity. Has a huge lead because of it. Spearmen are having a bad day. Not too sure what this is all about. Oh, this represents how many buildings you have to advance to the next stage. So you need 2 buildings to advance to the castle age. Andy has a stable in his archery range, whereas Prisma just has a stable. But he will have 2 once the blacksmith is in. Yep. Ethimbal. Anyway, Andy, 1,000 resources ahead right now. I'm glad we're waiting almost 40 minutes so we can get a game that Andy is just insanely far ahead in. Right off the bat, the mill is destroyed. Can't even sustain Vil production at this point because you're only making scouts. Andy's getting bloodlines. 2 bars under the arrows. Oh, that is red is the food, yellow is the gold. Needed to click up the castle age, so the bar is, you know, 3/4 full here for Andy because he has 3/4 of the gold he needs. But it's very low in the red bar because he doesn't have much food banked up. Yeah, the game 1 was admin level fast. Okay, this isn't great for Andy, though, as no villagers have technically died from either player. I mean, with forging and the faster attack speed, it is a little tough to deal with. That said, there really isn't anything at home here for Prisma. And repairs are coming in, so it feels like Andy's still probably fine. Again, 1,300 more resources. Yeah, Prisma was late. One Vil goes... Oh, geez, the 2 spearmen getting some value there. 5 spearmen for Andy, 0 for Prisma. He just doesn't have an army. At least not much of one. Second stable coming in. The H-Icon is all good. Andy does have too many bills on gold, to be fair. Could probably just use more on food. But with the market coming in, he can at least start buying food towards castle age. And it's just... The eco difference is purely non-competitive at this point. Andy's super far ahead in everything except food, which he's only a little bit ahead in, but... You know, in practical terms, he is very, very far ahead. Now, I do have these archers. They do have fletching, and you still don't have +1 defense in either for Prisma, which is pretty painful. That said, Gurchin scouts are very good. But is this a good enough fight? Yes. Gurchin scouts are very good, guys. I mean, 21 kills to 9 deaths in favor of Prisma. Wheelbarrow coming in. That's certainly not a bad thing if you're playing full feudal. And another stable coming in for Andy, and if he isn't able to use his extra resources to take super good fights or to click up to Castle Age, then it doesn't really matter. This I hate, though, from Prisma. Oh my god. Yeah. Also, Prisma doesn't need that +1 defense. Again, and this is just the advantage of the fishing ships, plus a little bit of idle TC time. And Andy's scouts in general are at much higher HP. Like, Prisma might think he's in a bit of a better spot than he is because he's gotten those villager kills and has generally been taking efficient trades, but I feel like he's just underestimating how much of an advantage fishing eco is, and Andy's clicking up to Castle Age anyway, despite also making a lot of scouts. Four spearmen. Oh, actually the TC helping out. I mean, Andy's still taking... I mean, again, Andy still has a larger army, despite having the not as good trades. What are you doing, Prisma? I mean, again, like, those are all good kills. Okay, Prisma's actually cut all of his unit production at this point. He wants to click up to Castle Age, and can you survive this one being a little bit slower to Castle Age than your opponent if you can continue to take good fights? Yes, you can. Still, the resources destroyed are pretty similar between the two players. We're still looking at an almost 2-minute difference in Castle Age time, and Andy himself is still making plenty of scouts, and I think there might be a hole here. Looks like Andy was able to get a few vills on the counterattack as well. Prisma recognizing this hole, though. Still, Andy is ahead in units. Again, this is where having the defense upgrade would be huge, because the villagers would deal significantly less damage. This will probably fine, though, for Andy. It doesn't feel good, but it's probably fine, you know? He kills everything anyway. Light Cav coming in. He now gets the extra HP for a scout, so they have another 9 HP. Oh, hey, this is also happening on the other side, yeah. Why wasn't Prisma adding in Spearmen of his own? That one's a little strange to me. But again, although these fights are in some ways decent, it's not enough with just how absolutely insane. Again, I mean, we're looking at multiple thousands of extra food that Andy's had access to that his opponent has not. Now, Andy hasn't had as many farmers as Prisma, so I'm sure the food collected is it's actually in favor of yellow, but it's just allowed Andy to collect all those other resources. Husbandry's in. Happy Castle Age here to Prisma, but he is very, very, very far behind. Like, very, very far behind. Second TC from Andy. I mean, he just has a huge population advantage. Jurchens don't have camels, remember? Nope. That, I think, is purely a balance consideration because the Jurchens, for sure, controlled parts of the Gobi Desert for a lot of their history. But yeah, I really think that not making any spearmen was a huge mistake. Well, I mean, the biggest mistake was not contesting water, right? No question. Second biggest mistake was not adding in a bunch of spearmen. Anyway, guys, that is going to be it for today. Thank you so much to everyone who's watching. Of course, Andy did get the admin win for game number 1. Tomorrow we'll be back. ACCM versus WhoCL, I guess, is the first set at 7:30. Okay, so it's going to be early. I'll be early tomorrow, don't worry. But yeah, there are going to be plenty of other sets to cast. But thanks, everyone, for watching. Hope you all had a good time. And I'll see you tomorrow.